Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Next another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, the crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. How we doing, gentlemen?
Hello, Matt.
I'd be better if John got. Whoa, these sound so weird. I'd be better if John got in the StreamYard.
I'm a little busy. I'm juggling a lot of things. I had to clean up after the guy who preceded me in
No
this chair.
lies, Nick. In defense of John, he is not wrong.
No, that's fair.
There was a lot of things
There
to
was
do.
a muff on the microphone, and I unplugged something, and it took me 2 seconds to do it.
Well, I had to. I unplugged your cord.
I unplugged my cord. I unplugged.
No, you didn't.
No,
I was the
John
one
did.
that
You
took
unplugged it?
out
Oh, okay.
the cord and said, "Here, this is yours." And then I had to remove your muff,
Mm-hmm.
and then this.
Folks, John Bishop here for Manscaped.
John Bishop here for muff removing.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, the
Out of
ear
character
trimmers,
for him,
the
really.
ear and nose trimmers do not work.
Okay, great take.
From Manscaped.
For
Just in
anybody.
general.
It's the
So,
one. It's
you
the
know
one where
why?
the little blade
It's
spins.
because the boogers get into it and it just wears down the machine.
You gotta
over
clean
time.
out the
no,
boogers.
but the blade doesn't do anything.
It doesn't
See,
do a
somebody
very good
asked
job.
me, Matt, how is your beard so hot and well kept and very well trimmed? And I go, well, random person who asked
And
me
then he
that.
woke up from his dream.
And I no.
And to
okay?
change his pants.
People are impressed with my
sheets.
with my manscaping because it's one of those things where on Black Friday for $22 I bought a $60 razor. It was
Excellent
a
work.
hell of a deal, and it came with like
A nose trimmer.
different guards. So I shaved down my face right here down to 9
You
millimeters.
put a lightning bolt in it.
and then I do the under part. I do it 6 millimeters on the bottom. So
Yeah, I
you
know.
get a
I know how that works.
little
yeah.
bit of a lead up, and then
We're
I
talking
got,
about the nose,
and then
though.
I get a little I get some beard oil that I bought. I go boop 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 boop, and then I rub it in my hands, and I
What about the nose, though?
and the nose doesn't work. I just have a plucker,
Correct.
and I just yank out
I do
long
it with my,
nose
I
hairs.
do it with my fingers.
Yeah, me too.
So I heard
It reminds me of my childhood.
My ears get rough though. I need to get a
Wow,
trimmer.
I don't
for
know
my
if
ears.
I have ear
Bosnia
hair.
and her. I don't know how to say that.
Herzegovina.
Werner
Yeah.
Herzog.
There's only 4 people.
So Stanford Steve, friend of Unsportsmanlike
Really?
Conduct, friend of the Grump.
God,
He was
Stanford
on,
Steve's awesome.
he's on Scott Van Pelt's pod. And
Yeah, him
like
and
a
Scott
month
here.
ago, they started talking about how Steve went to somewhere and had his nose hairs. They put goop in your nose and then
Wax.
they
They just
rip
wax it.
out all
Yeah.
of it.
Wax.
And he said it was only $20. I'm going to look into doing this myself.
I don't think.
So
I think you're
I've-
fine.
I got a lot of nose hairs.
I don't notice.
I went down a Google rabbit
I
hole
don't
once.
I don't nose this.
You got to be careful when you're plucking your nose hair like that because it
Oh,
could
really?
lead to an infection. Like if you
Yeah,
get it weird, and then that's called the triangle of death.
Oh, I've heard
If you
about
get an
this.
infection there, you
Yeah,
can go blind.
I would not do that.
What, pull my nose hairs
No.
out?
I get real
You
sneezy
talking about
after
the
I do
people
that.
who do it or me?
I'm talking about anybody. I would
Oh.
not do that.
You get
Their hair is
sneezy when
kinda
you
meant
do
to
that?
Well, it
protect
doesn't
you.
matter. Like Nick says, you get an infection, and there's a reason. I mean, the nose hairs do have a function.
They do.
What is it again? Annoying is what it is.
It's
Well, it might
dust
be
and stuff,
annoying,
right?
but it's not like
It filters
it's not
out.
like they're hanging out of your nose like you're an 80-year-old man.
You know, we do.
They have. from
Yeah,
time to
mine
time.
get pretty
Well,
long.
that's why you just get the little razor. And you
But it doesn't work. It's
No, no, no,
that's
no,
where
no.
we started.
No, not that.
But
No, just use the regular blade and just.
the
Oh,
nose.
okay.
It's a nose
I've started doing
trimmer, not a nose remover, for a reason. You're
But
supposed to.
John's
trim
right.
them.
Like you
not
have to go
remove
through
them.
over it a million times.
No, it does that function. You might as well take that little adapter and throw it
If
away.
those-
It does not
If
work.
the people who made nose trimmers made lawnmowers, it
We'd
would
be
take
screwed.
12 hours to mow your lawn.
Right.
It would be ridiculous.
I've never mowed a lawn. How
What?
little do you guys think of me now?
I hate mowing the lawn, so I don't really care.
I don't think little of you. It's just it makes sense that
Your
you
dad
haven't.
never
I
said-
understand why you
why
haven't.
why does it make sense?
Oh, good question, Nick or Matt.
How much lawn did you have growing up?
a lot. Yeah, I
Oh,
lived in the summer.
yeah. No, now I am kind of surprised.
Your dad never said get out there and mow
My
the lawn.
dad loved mowing the lawn.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
loved it.
feel like
It's
that's
like
a
me.
dad. That's a
And
dad
then-
duty, though. You
and
gotta like,
then
here, son. Here's how you mow.
See, my dad hated mowing the lawn. So
Yeah.
when I got to a certain age, I think it was 12, he
Yeah.
said, it's time for you to mow.
He loved mowing the lawn, and then Dad got to the point where he was working 80 hours a week and never home.
Wow, that's 16 hours a day.
And no, it's not. He would
If
work
it's a
7
5-day,
he
you
would
do.
work 7 days.
Okay, it's like 11.6 hours.
Yeah,
a lot.
day.
He was working a lot.
What's
you
he
know.
do?
He worked at a bank, but he was building up the tax division of U.S. Bank in Milwaukee, which is the headquarters for U.S. Bank. So they had a small tax team.
Wow.
He had to basically build it from the ground up. So there's a lot of work to do. Now, granted,
Exciting.
the way my dad, and this is just how my dad described it to me, I don't know if it's completely true, but he was like, in the world of banking, being the tax guy is like being the kicker. You know, it's like there's a lot of bigger players and bigger things that are going on, but if I miss the kick, we're screwed. So I can't miss
So
the
it was
kicks.
the mowing his like
So basically, he hired people after that. He just had a lawn mowing, like a landscaping business, just come in and do it. So it was just
Interesting.
at a certain point, he was like, "Yeah, we just have people do it." Now, shoveling, I shoveled
Mm.
all the time. That was my
Shoveling
deal.
machine.
Dude, I'm a beast shoveling. That's one of my skills. I'm good at it. Like
come out and shovel
we,
my driveway.
we had a snow blower and we couldn't get it going, and my mom wanted to do it. I was like, just give me a shovel. Just let me go at it. Just let me have at her.
Let me at him.
Let me at him.
What are you, Scrappy Doo?
Yeah, hell
Mom
yeah.
was holding his head and he was like, let me at him. Let me at him.
I started shoveling when I was 7 years old. That's why I have a bad back.
I was born into shoveling,
I
molded
was.
by it.
By the way, we need to start booing. Boo! Boo! America's hat. Boo!
Is baseball on? Can we do that?
They're the
instead?
bad guys.
Why? This is the Olympics. I mean, what do you want to watch? The 17U Venezuelan team play
Yes.
baseball right now?
Yes.
What is wrong with you?
I
Great
want to
question.
see the
This
17U
is-
Venezuelan
Oh,
team
know
play
that-
baseball.
look at this
You know that-
stat. Canada has won at least 24 medals in 5 straight Winter Olympics. Yeah, losers. That's what you are. You're losers.
First off, you know, the morning show. I love the morning show. Happer and Schaefer, it's a great show.
Happer
All right. They're great men, great people. Love them.
But there's a huge butt
They
coming.
had a conversation of like, what's bigger, the Super Bowl or the Olympics?
Okay, obviously the Super Bowl.
It's the Super Bowl.
What?
What?
Yeah.
The Olympics is a global world
Oh, I thought you
event.
were talking about in
Who
America.
cares?
And no, I'm just saying.
Honestly,
overall,
even over the world, I think a
They're
lot
like,
of
Which
what-
one's
tune into
which
the
one's
Super Bowl
least
too.
corrupt?
they're like, what's
Well,
more impressive,
Super
winning a
Bowl.
gold
Yeah.
medal or winning a Super Bowl?
I'd
It's a
rather win.
gold
Winning
medal.
a Super Bowl.
It's a gold medal.
Who cares?
The Super Bowl, you get a
I
fun ring.
care.
Sometimes you get a ring
Yeah,
with things inside
exactly.
of it.
In a Super
Individual-
Bowl, you get the one of the coolest trophies in sports and a
When-
big
when-
ring.
How
when
many
you-
Super Bowl
you-
winning quarterbacks can you name?
Do you know how impressive it is
Good
to have a
question.
gold
How
medal?
many gold
and
medalists
say-
can you name?
And say,
Hmm.
hey, I at one point was the best in the world at this discipline.
Well,
okay?
you were the
not
the
every
best in
Super
the world
Bowl,
who
not
was
every
there.
Super Bowl winner could say, "Oh, look at this ring! I was the best cornerback in the world. I was the best wide receiver in the world." You can hold up a gold medal and say, "When it came to mixed curling, I was the best ever."
Well,
at
you
one
were the
point."
best on that day. I mean, technically,
You're the best in the world. You're the
whatever,
best at that
whatever
practice.
trophy, whatever medal you get, you were the best on that
The
day.
Olympics is a 3-week event that literally pits our
2.5.
our country's greatest athletes against one another in very difficult disciplines. The Super Bowl is a very Americanized, sport, an Americanized
Yeah, it's
event. And
football.
it happens on one day.
It's football.
The Olympics are
Yeah, it only happens
and
on
by the-
one day because it is so physical and so strenuous. You can't play it on
The
back-to-back
Olympics happen
days.
once every 4 years, John. Once every 4 years.
Because if it happened every day, people would be bored out of their damn minds.
There's a
Odson,
thing
I've
called
held
the
a gold
World
medal,
Championships.
never held a Lombardi.
Mm.
Exactly, which makes it even more hard to attain.
Exactly.
I didn't realize you were so Olympics pilled.
Especially
love it.
Winter Olympics. I think Winter Olympics is the least popular Olympics.
It is.
I prefer
Well,
the-
yeah.
I
But the real
prefer
sicko, like people like you, Nick, contrarians, they're like, I actually like the Winter Olympics more than the Summer Games.
People are weirdos.
right here.
They're you.
You're looking at
it's
one.
It's 100 Nick Grims.
You're
I
looking
will-
at one.
I mean, I do like watching the hockey.
I
Thank you.
will be
Thank you.
watching the Summer Olympics when it comes to LA, though.
I don't know. I was getting fired up watching women's hockey. yesterday.
Olympic
See, that's
baseball.
the funny thing. See, like
I'll be
now,
watching Major League Baseball.
see, this is where the Olympics sometimes
Why
I
not
think
both?
should not have the sports that we care about all the time.
Exactly.
Winning a gold medal in baseball is nowhere near as important as winning a World Series.
Correct.
Right.
Hockey, I think, is the one team sport
I totally
where
agree.
winning a gold doesn't mean more than the Stanley
It's bigger.
for
It's bigger.
Canada. But it just means
I will tell you.
much.
I will tell you right now.
But like
If
golf,
you
who
ask
cares?
Patrick Kane,
I'm Patrick Kane.
But man, I'm Patrick.
I'm Michael's brother.
he's the greatest American hockey player of all time. All right, so show a little respect here.
I'm a Steve Yzerman guy.
If you ask Patrick Kane, do you want to trade one of your Stanley Cups for a gold medal, and in particularly to win the golden gold medal against Canada? Well, that was back in 2010.
10.
If you want to trade one of your cups for that gold medal, he would do it in a heartbeat.
I remember.
He would do it in a heartbeat. And I was at that game when they honored all the Olympians on the Blackhawks,
Oh, that's
right?
fun.
And they brought them all on the ice. It was Hjalmarsson was there, Hossa was there, and they had all of them. You know, if you won a medal, you wore your medal. And Patrick Kane didn't want to wear a silver medal. And when they were introducing Jonathan Toews, Duncan Keith, who was on the Canadian team and won the gold medal, and they had their gold medals, they had S-eating grins on because they beat Kane in the Olympics.
Oh, I bet.
And Kane was pissed
I remember that
during
Olympics.
that ceremony.
That was a good game. Last game of the Olympics.
So I agree with Josh. Great take, Josh.
Japanese prison balls writes, GD, John is an a-hole. Wow.
Wow, I disagree with
What
that.
did you do to Japanese prison balls,
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, John.
What did Japanese prison balls do to you?
We called him
Must
an
have
a-hole.
slept with his mom or something. I don't know.
Nice.
Oh.
Josh writes, what if only one cup, Matt? Ooh.
Yeah, would they trade one
I don't
cup
know.
for
I don't
gold?
think I'd be able to answer that.
Ooh,
It depends on how
this is
American
fun.
they are.
Swirly.
They
actually had a really cool-
swirly, whirly gumdrops.
Typically I roll.
Clee? What is that?
So- Chili.
Oh, it's chili.
That's how they pronounce it, I think. Or that's how they spell it.
Geez. They brought out one person. They were all by themselves. Like, there's nobody in this.
Huh, he's
Okay,
on-
not
he's on
only is
crutches.
Chile only have 4 athletes, one of them's hurt.
Wrong Olympics.
Put your phone away. What are you doing?
It's someone probably doing content.
Oh.
That was more than 4 people. It looked like 5 people. This has to just be the coolest moment ever. Wow.
Well, yeah, it's
Great radio.
It's cold there.
Oh, John, you suck.
Very chill.
Ha, ha,
They're all
ha.
wearing coats,
Ha, ha, ha.
coats and things.
Why are they all spread out? Why are they at a different? What do they do with those rings afterward? You know those big, like they're all walking through these big rings. They just put that in the landfill.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally put Olympic stadiums in landfills soon after. I mean,
That's a good
or
point. Joe.
leave them in
That's a
ruins.
good-
D'Lo says tired watching the Olympics. Wired watching radio guys watching the Olympics.
It's one of those.
Look at that
things-
guy.
Wow,
See,
he is
if-
vibing. He
if
looks
I-
straight out of
It's
Letterkenny.
me.
If I ever got enough FU money to like just buy anything, I
What
would
would you
buy
buy?
one of the frogs from the rainforest cafes that've been closed down across America.
What?
Why?
You know those big old frogs that like sit on top
Just
of rainforest cafes.
Want a big tree frog?
Yeah, it'd be dope. You'd be
That's
the
what you would
old-
buy?
if I had FU money.
Interesting.
I have a whole note on things that I would buy if I had enough money.
You are something
Well,
else.
it's like
Yeah.
my band name list, but lame.
It's
You know,
it's-
you
You're
realize if
making
you'd have
mixing cool.
if you'd
What's
have
wrong
if you'd have
with you?
mowed more lawns as a youth, you could have been able to buy one of those frogs by now.
It's
Could
true.
have saved up your money,
Those
Matt.
can't be that. Those can't be that much.
Well, yeah,
I'm
especially
sure
if
you
they're-
could find one.
Hell, they
niche-
probably just throw them in the dumpster.
Go to
Ne-
Facebook Marketplace. I bet it's there.
niche things I want.
'Kay.
Northwestern Irish helmet, the ones that they wore at the Aer
When they
Lingus
beat
Classic,
Nebraska?
and when they beat Nebraska with the flag on the
I want
end.
I want the football that they use for the onside kick.
I want the weird helmet thing that Pat Fitzgerald put on his head after they won the game. Have you
I
ever
want
seen
it.
that?
I want to.
Sir, Pat-
Oh yeah.
I want Dylan
I
Royals.
want a frame of Scott Frost telling people, "Watch this."
I want Dylan Royals' helmet from the Minnesota game this last season.
Oh, Nick, you absolute.
I
jerk.
want a number 2 signed Jeremy Langford jersey, preferably either Michigan State or a White Bears one.
By the way, Matt, so you want a helmet. Now, so that was the end with the Irish logo in it?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a mini one on eBay for only $65.
I want a replica.
You want to get? You want game used or replica?
I
Damn,
want
they're charging $65 for that thing.
yeah.
You got to be a real
Oh.
idiot to buy one of those.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. I agree with the mini ones. The big ones, though. If I got that,
Wow. Your producer has a lot of mini helmets.
I want a signed Cam Taylor Britt jersey
Why?
because I love guys with 3 names. Cam Taylor Britt.
You want Lee Harvey Oswald's shirt that he wore in Dallas?
Now, that would be quite the memento.
No,
That's a fun
I'm okay.
artifact.
I guarantee it's worth more than Cam Taylor. Anything Cam Taylor Britt owns.
I loved Marquise Watson Trent until he started playing football, and then I was like, I don't like Marquise Watson.
He stunk.
Trent. A Jason Taylor White Dolphins jersey signed.
Okay.
An Oregon Stop Cancer jersey.
That's
and then a ND Ireland jersey. Like they had
You hate
Celtic,
Notre Dame.
but it's cool. They
Remember you
had the
picked them to
Celtic
lose
writing.
to Georgia that one time?
Yeah, and score all the points is what I said. I said they score
Oh,
all
my
the
bad.
points and then lose that game. They
Mm.
scored a lot of points and lost. Or won. rather.
Hust writes, hearing about how hardworking and probably successful Matt's dad is, and then hearing Matt say almost anything makes me wonder how disappointed his dad is in the way he turned out.
Wow.
Your dad's probably super proud of you.
Yeah, I talked to him today. He was so happy to hear from me.
Really?
Yeah, he's getting a new job. Very happy.
Congratulations.
He's trying. Well, he's on the road.
Maybe congratulations.
Maybe, we're hoping.
Good luck with the interview.
Cautious congratulations.
Yeah. That's exciting. Is he excited for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, we talked about that. We're in a squares pool.
I've never done that.
So
I've never done squares.
The
Have you ever done
plays-
squares?
I got to look
What?
at my squares.
Squares for the Super Bowl?
The place I used to do an
I think
endorsement
my
for
wife
did a
is
squares
involved in
thing.
one, and she asked me for a number or something.
Yeah, I've never done it. I've never done squares before.
She
Here
works
I
in
can.
a bigger office. than me.
I'm in let's see what squares. Well, this is bad radio, but I'm in a squares pool. I'm in 3 squares pools right now for the Super Bowl.
Text from the 402 says, McMaster, I'm selling my Singletary Super Bowl 20 champs autographed Russell helmet. Would you be
sick.
interested in that?
How much?
Great question. Let's see if we get an
Oh my
answer.
god, that'd be incredible.
That would
I'd
be a nice
totally-
get. See,
That'd
if
be
you,
an awesome get.
you should get the mini helmet for $65, Matt. You can put it at your desk.
That's
Your
true.
desk needs more tchotchkes.
I have some tchotchkes
Yeah,
on my
you
desk
gotta
right now.
you gotta make it look like Happers, where it's just all bobbleheads.
Yeah.
I have one bobblehead. It's a Jake Gensel bobblehead. I got a Spencer Schwellenbach trading card. That's actually pretty sick.
Mm.
That's cool.
on there.
I have some trading cards over at mine. I have a lot of stuff.
I have a lot of stuff at mine.
I have
too.
a Michael Severe bottom line. I don't even know what it is. It's like this sheet metal type situation.
Really?
Yeah. From
Almost-
his radio show. Or
I might
this.
buy the. I will look at the
Internet
small one. I have these niche things I want like list, but I haven't really looked into what they cost and if I'm able to buy. I might be able to buy them now. Honestly.
$65.
Almost every year I've been involved with the College World Series. I have a game used ball in a case on my desk.
Yeah, whenever I go to a new ballpark, I bring Nick back a baseball like he's my son.
I love it.
Ooh.
Thanks.
All right, I got a good square.
Hey, by the way, Matt, the guy responded on the marketplace for $200, negotiable from one Bears fan to another.
Oh,
Dude, $200 for
What's
a
his-
Mike Singletary Super Bowl 20 champs autographed helmet?
What's his? We'll get his number.
Well, I mean, we have his number. He's
Yeah,
texting
we'll-
us.
we'll-
you have his number. You have access.
I'm
to
gonna
that.
contact him.
This is great. This would be so cool.
That'd be dope.
It'd be pretty cool.
Are you going to insist upon a certificate of authenticity?
Yes.
It insists upon
I
itself.
wonder if he has a photo of Singletary signing the helmet.
I have some pretty good memorabilia things.
I'm
that I've-
upset that
I got some stuff.
this week with Roger Craig going into the Hall of Fame, I had a 49ers autographed Roger Craig helmet.
But then you burned it alive.
No, I don't know what happened
Alive.
to it.
Was it living?
Well, it's Toy Story.
I don't know
Oh.
what happened to it.
That's a bummer. That's a
Yeah.
great thing.
Yeah, I had him, and he, because he was a guest. This was back when I was working at the University of Nebraska, and
Intercollegiate athletics.
did the nightly show, and it was, I think it was the year he got inducted into the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame.
That is awesome.
So he came up, and we did the interview, and I told him how
You
much
said,
I
go Rams.
hated him for making the Rams his personal bitch.
Thanks for joining. I hate you.
But I had this 49er helmet. My wife had it, and he autographed. I think he put Nebraska Football Hall of Fame or something.
You could erase that and just leave it Hall of Fame.
So
Well, I wouldn't do that, but I mean, it's like, damn.
That'd be like me if we
That
had if
sucks.
we ever had Cam Jurgens on the show. I'd be like, I hate your guts.
Sign
But-
my hat, please.
Yeah, you
Or
want to
my
sign an
helmet.
Eagles piece of garbage?
Josh, so
But sign my
Eagles piece
small
of
little
garbage.
Nebraska
I'll bring
replica helmet.
I'll bring something from home.
you saying the helmet was like Toy Story. Where do you think the cutoff is in the world of Toy Story for what becomes sentient and what doesn't? Like,
Great question.
because if you're a kid, everything's a toy. Like
Mhm.
a ruler can be a toy, an ice scraper could be a toy.
Well, a
Do those
fork-
come alive?
A fork became a toy.
Yeah, Forky.
the-
But
See,
then
I think it's as long as the kid thinks it's a toy. Does a kid think a small helmet is a toy? Probably.
wow,
Yeah. So I bet helmets would be toys in Toy Story.
that'd be a terrible life. You can't move on your own. You're a helmet.
That's true.
You don't have eyes.
Yeah, that's also true. You can't see.
They gave cars eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I mean,
a different.
Yeah,
That's
but that's
cars,
a totally
though.
different
We're
thing.
talking about Toy Story, Matt,
But
not
so a
cars.
ball is a toy, but there's balls in Toy Story, and
They're
those
just
aren't
balls.
They're just balls.
Interesting questions. We have a lot to think about this week.
I'm
These are all
going to be
questions-
honest with you. I'm not going to spend one shred of thought on what
Yeah.
are toys and what are not toys.
I'm
in
seeing
Toy
you this
Story.
weekend. I'm going to bring it up. This is going to be a part of our topics.
This is why Happer was fun to do the crossover with. He would try to dig into this.
Maybe I'm different than Happer, and I have
Oh, you
different
sure are.
interests.
Mm.
Yeah, I am. You're different than Josh Hodson.
Yeah.
That's why we should have Josh Hodson on this crossover.
wow. Ooh.
If
No,
you
you're going to
want.
fire shots at me. I'm going to
This-
fire shots back.
This whole idea of me and Matt having some kind of rivalry, it's actually Nick and Matt.
By the way, so I got the guy's name. I'll
Yes.
give you his information.
Okay.
He also has added that he has a signed, this is crazy, Gale Sayers jersey.
Whoa.
That is nuts. How much is that going for? And he also has a signed Hampton mini helmet. Who's Hampton?
Dan Hampton from
Who's Dan
the
Hampton?
85 Bears.
Yeah,
What position did
Defensive
he play?
line.
yeah.
Okay.
If you have a Dan Hampton jersey in Chicago, you're like a hero. You're like, oh my God.
A ball knower?
Oh, my dad has a Dan Hampton jersey. One of his
Interesting.
favorites.
Gale Sayers jersey. How much is that thing going for?
Signed nowadays, a lot.
He's passed away, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
That's cool. Good for
I
you.
remember I listened
It's
to that
cool
one
that he's passed away.
crossover where Nick had to do some background research to find out who Gale Sayers was.
Gale Sayers.
Gale
Mhm.
Sayers.
Hall of Famer.
I have a
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes signed ball. That's
How
pretty
did
cool.
you get that?
It was a graduation present from high school.
That
School
is
graduation.
Why, as a Bears
Odd.
fan, why would you have a Patrick Mahomes autograph ball?
Because it's sick. Because it's awesome.
I mean,
'Cause
you
it's-
would. I'm sure
you
you
have
would take a
he's
Shohei
one of the
autographed ball.
greatest quarter.
Well,
if
yeah,
you,
so you can
if
light
you
on
were
fire.
given the opportunity to get a Tom
it
Brady
alive.
signed football in 2006, would you not take the opportunity?
It just seems rather odd that it wouldn't be a player that is of a team that you're a fan of.
You're
Mitchell
telling me that I
Trubisky.
should have invested in a Mitchell Trubisky signed football?
No, I'm not saying you should have done that at all. It's just that's an interesting gift,
My dad-
given that you have no affiliation with that team.
My dad has a story of he was in a bar he was in a restaurant in 1989 in Chicago. And at that restaurant, they had a signed Michael Jordan ball at the very top, like,
Mhm.
at the bar. And some dude walked up and he was right next to my dad. He goes, "How much for the ball?" And they were like, "That's not for sale. You
Mm.
can't buy that signed Michael Jordan ball." He goes, "How much for the ball?" And apparently he put $500 cash right on the bar and they gave him the ball.
Wow.
For
And-
just 500.
in 1989, yeah.
And then he turned
And-
into the
and-
greatest athlete in American sports history.
It was before he won any
One of the
titles.
best investments of all time.
And
That is
Wow.
amazing.
and
That
he
guy
grabbed
was from the
ball,
future.
and he just walked out. And my dad was like, "I can't." He was telling people "Oh, this guy bought $500 right in front of me. Bought the ball." And he goes, as he won each championship, I thought of that man that bought that ball, being like, "Holy crap, it's just only going up." So my dad was like, "Well, Pat Mahomes probably that guy." And my dad bought that ball after he won the first Super Bowl.
And now he's won 2 more.
And now I have it. It's in a room in Omaha.
And he'll probably never win the Super Bowl again.
That's not true.
Wow.
That's it.
I
Interesting.
said probably.
Interesting.
There was another quarterback who won 3 Super Bowls and then didn't win one for a decade, and then he won 3
And then
more
he-
after.
4, actually.
more after.
Yeah. He just started winning them every other year.
Mm.
14 and 16 and 18 and 20.
Mhm.
Gross.
And now he's on television.
Yep.
And now he won't even root for his old team.
And he probably has a clone going
He
to
is-
high school somewhere.
See, that's the thing. See, people are like, he just doesn't want to say who he's rooting for because he's a broadcaster. No, he doesn't want to say who he's rooting for because he's not rooting for the Patriots.
Mhm.
He wants to be like Michael Jordan, where they don't win championships and thus his grow in stature.
Mhm.
Well, that and Mike doesn't really show up to Bulls games anymore.
You don't think
He's
him
very
winning?
much he's more connected to the Charlotte Hornets than he is
Sad.
he's more connected to NASCAR than he is the Bulls more recently.
Double sad.
I mean,
Well, he owns the team.
He
It's kind of
does.
important.
Triple sad.
They literally retired, Derrick Rose's jersey. He's the last guy to be, since Mike to retire jersey, and he just sent in a video. Hey, congrats.
I'm in 4K,
Well,
everybody.
but are you obliged to go to everybody
You know
else's
what?
retirement
It would be
ceremony?
pretty nice
you didn't play
the
with the
greatest
guy?
basketball player of all time, the most notable athlete since Muhammad Ali in American sports history, to show up to the United Center to congratulate the next, guy getting his jersey retired.
Maybe
and
he's
how
waiting
Well,
for
sure, it would be
Reinsdorf
nice,
to
but-
croak.
Well, yeah, or maybe he's just busy. Maybe he just,
You don't think
maybe
Michael Jordan can just be like, "Hey, I'm going to push back my schedule a day People are going to be like, sorry, Mike, I can only meet on
to
Wednesday.
be fair, why would he want to go to a Bulls game?
Yeah.
It's not like it's expensive for him.
No, but it's not enjoyable.
It's not. They suck. I don't
Yeah.
want to talk about the Bulls.
Yeah, you
Talk
brought
about the
him
Bulls,
up.
I'm going to get mad.
Brought him up. Okay.
Well, I don't want
Yeah.
to talk about their current state.
I mean, you don't want to talk about him, and yet
Illinois?
you're railing on Michael for not wanting to be there in their
Yeah.
Well, I
presence.
mean,
Maybe he
there's
agrees
a
with you.
little
Yeah.
bit. There's a little bit of like, I would like, once again, the greatest basketball player of all time who played for my team to show up a little bit more. It makes me sad that he's not connected with the team.
Well, I think part of the responsibility probably lies with the team.
Probably.
Have to get their crap together.
You know, that's not an unusual thing in Chicago. The Cubs ostracized Sammy Sosa for 20 years.
Yeah, but that was a little
Sammy
different.
Sosa.
I mean,
It's still the same, but it's still
not
the
like,
same.
It's not like Michael was corking bats and taking steroids.
Well, that'd be weird for a basketball player.
It's a good point.
But he did play baseball.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
but the
was,
Cubs
and he
were the
was
only
really bad.
franchise that kind of ostracized. I mean, the Giants didn't, do away with Barry Bonds.
Because they're the only people who treated him nice at the end of his
Yeah,
career.
that's
Exactly.
true. That's true.
I don't know. I think it'd be nice to see Mike around a little bit, but he's not going to.
No.
Is it interesting? So, like, I'm a Cowboys fan, right? People know this.
Mhm.
Everyone makes fun of the Cowboys.
Do you know that there's never been a warm weather dynasty, according to Colin Cowherd in
Okay,
the NFL?
that's wild. Anyway,
Might be one of the dumbest takes I've heard.
so everyone makes fun of the Cowboys because they have had no success in the last 30 years. Nobody makes fun of the Bulls, though. Like, it's just like, yeah, but you guys had Michael Jordan. It's like there's almost like a punishment. Like there's a tax of you had Michael Jordan.
We won 6.
I know.
You know
In
why,
8
though?
years,
Because
I know.
Dallas was better longer.
That's true.
I mean, the Bulls before Michael Jordan were trash.
and they are trash
and they're
again.
trash now. So, I mean, basically,
Also-
the Bulls owe everything to Michael Jordan.
Pretty wild.
Bulls,
And that's
yes,
it.
He was
basically,
their Tom
like-
Brady.
Like literally, the Bulls are. If they did not make one decision, they would be one of the worst franchises in basketball
Right.
history.
Yeah,
they,
the Cowboys
they're in
had,
the third
had
biggest
40
media
years
market.
of nonstop
They made
success.
that.
And then I was born.
I mean, that ownership group in GM, like my biggest problem with the Last Dance. I love the Last Dance, but
awesome.
A big problem I had with the Last Dance was that they made Jerry Krause to be the villain, right? Like
That
he
guy
was
sucked.
he was awful.
You're
this
out
or
on
that.
it. It's Reinsdorf.
Yeah, and I thought it was spineless of Jerry Reinsdorf to sit up there and get interviewed for the Last Dance and talk about Jerry Krause the way that he did when Jerry Krause wasn't the owner of the Bulls. It was Jerry Reinsdorf was the owner of the Bulls. You don't think Jerry Reinsdorf could have told Krause, "Hey, doofus, I own the team.
Or just fire him.
I don't want you to do this. No, he wanted Phil Jackson gone too. He wanted Michael gone. He didn't care if Michael left. He
So
wanted
ridiculous.
to rebuild the team. But yet he stood up there and goes, "Well, Jerry had a way of ostracizing people, and Jerry had a
Which
had
he
a
did.
little
In
man,
fairness,
had a
though,
little man syndrome."
he did.
Yeah.
The owner is talking about the GM like the GM was the owner.
Yeah.
You could have easily have said, "No, dummy, we're keeping Mike. We're keeping Phil.
Honestly,
we're
Jerry-
going for it
Jerry
again."
Krause being dead made it kind
Yes.
of like
Oh, sure.
like
Yes.
easier. Like
And
let's
then-
just put it
and then
all on him.
They induct. By the way, Jerry Krause was a great. Like you want to say, oh, they only drafted Michael Jordan. He made some pretty great moves.
People forget about Tony Kukoc.
People forget about Steve Kerr. People forget about taking a shot on Dennis Rodman when everybody wanted him out of the league, right? I mean, Horace Grant is a great draft story. Like he made some really really good decisions, and yet Jerry Reinsdorf has the gall to bury him in the ground when he could have fixed everything. And then they induct him into the Ring of Honor, and his poor widowed wife is sitting there while the whole entire United Center is booing Jerry Krause. And she's crying her eyes out because everybody hates her husband. Why do they hate her husband? Because the owner buried his ass on a 10-part documentary when he could have solved it all.
Man, now I want to go back and watch The Last Dance.
He's
yeah,
just-
I
he's-
probably need to
he's
watch that again. But I mean, come on. Reinsdorf has always been a dumbass.
He is a dumbass.
He has always been that way.
He is a dumbass.
Yeah, he sucks.
And the only, and I would like to think that the Bulls are going to get better, but the truth is that the team is going to get taken over by his doofus son-in-law and his doofus son, not son-in-law, son. His son's an idiot too. They're all idiots.
Yeah.
And then
Fail-
he's like,
fail
"Oh, I'm going to
sons.
sell it. I'm going to go ahead and sell my team to Matt Ishbia and the Sox."
The underhits.
Oh, Deutschland.
Designated
I'm not
Hitler.
impressed.
We need the rant gong like they play on the morning show.
I'm like sweating.
Wow.
It's a good bit, by the way.
The
I-
rant
I-
gong?
yeah, I don't want to steal it from him, but
It's
it's a good
so
bit.
funny. That's
It's a good
it's an
bit.
awesome idea.
It's a good bit. We have the soapbox. They
We have the soapbox.
They have
We
the-
need a noise for that, Nick. Like a box being set on the ground or something.
Or like a desk being pushed across the floor. Like that kind of.
That is the better idea.
That's what we need.
I like it.
That's a good idea.
J-Man writes, Jerry Reinsdorf handshake meme, Jared Jones.
Who farted goes, I understand that reference, Matt.
Which reference?
It was a pro wrestling reference.
Oh, yeah, we don't care about that reference.
I like to think, the team would better be taken over by his doofus son and idiot daughter-in-law. That was like a wrestling drop.
Oh, okay. I just figured you were talking about rich people who hand off the empire to their kids and everything goes to hell.
Which usually is what happens.
It's like Succession.
It is.
Wow, you really worked yourself into a triggered shoot, haven't you? All right, let's talk about positive things.
Yeah,
about
the whole thing, the Bulls.
Hey,
because I love the Bulls. The Bulls were my childhood.
Well, they suck. You love cooking.
I do.
Are you doing a Super Bowl party?
No, I've taken it off.
Are you going to make anything fun for yourself?
No, I got a good deal. They're doing the bar that I go to, $25 to get all you can eat wings, pizza, and beer.
So you're going there for the game?
Yeah, just $25.
That is a great deal.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic.
Do they have good wings and pizza?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
so
awesome.
You do that, and then you get a table. So my buddy's doing it too. So we're just gonna watch the game there.
That's fun.
Yeah, and then
for only $25.
Yeah.
How early are you gonna have to get there? That's gonna fill in quick.
I already reserved my seat.
Nice.
I know guys at the bar, so I just told them I'm going to sit here. They're like, okay.
Awesome.
Wow.
That's fun. $25?
That's a pretty good deal.
What time are you going to get there?
The bar is attached to my apartment.
Yeah.
So, well, there you go.
I'm
I mean, how far before the game will you? Because you want to take advantage. Yeah. So you got an hour and a half until the game starts?
Do 90 minutes before the game
I assume
starts.
it's all like the same beer. It's like a draft or something.
Yeah. Miller or Coors.
This sounds like a great deal.
Do you want to go?
I know.
Seriously. That's awesome.
So I'm excited. And then they're gonna.
If it wasn't for the fact I have to leave the house and sit in not sit on my couch.
They're doing now. I don't know if I'm going to partake in this, but they're also doing for people who really want to get after it. They're doing $1 shots. Like they made like a little mix of $1 shots.
People are going to be hammered.
Yeah, no. And so they're basically instead of hey, we're going to be open on the Super Bowl as a restaurant. I think they're just the only people in there are going to be the people who paid $25.
Oh man,
what's wrong, John?
Well, it makes me sad. It's the Jamaican Olympic team. No John Candy.
Yeah, he's been gone for a while.
I know, but it makes me sad every time I see the Jamaican winner.
You want to
Olympic
do a Jamaican
team.
accent, John?
No, that is problematic.
Why is that problematic?
It's not problem. It's no more problematic than if I broke out my Irish accent.
Yeah,
that's okay.
What if I did my John Gruden accent? It's
okay.
It's okay to imitate a Swedish man.
John, do it. Fine. Do a Jamaican accent. Do it. Do
it, John.
It's okay to do the accent, Mon.
I wouldn't do it.
Just do an impression of that guy from the Apple Jacks commercial. Remember him?
Okay,
no.
that is.
I don't even know what you're
saying. His name was Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
I remember this.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I haven't had Apple Jacks for a while. Might need to request that next time the wife goes out.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
I like Apple Jacks.
You and I are kind of on the same. I've been thinking about sugary cereal I haven't eaten in a while, and
Yeah.
Apple Jacks popped up in my mind. I was thinking I haven't had a bowl of Fruit Loops in a while,
Ooh.
and I wanted that.
I don't like the fruit.
You know,
now
like Fruit
Apple
Loops?
Jacks are fine. The fruit flavored cereals like Fruit Loops and Tricks,
It's about Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
totally out.
No, I'm not a.
I'm a
CTC
Honey
guy.
Bunches of Oats guy.
Yeah, you're weird. How about Fruity
Tastes good.
Pebbles?
No, again,
gross.
those
What am I, a
types of
child?
mixed fruit cereals.
I F with Fruity Pebbles.
There's a weird taste about them. It's just
See, you
never
got
liked
it.
them.
The one knock I'll concede to this. You got to eat the Fruity Pebbles pretty quick. Because if they get too soggy, then you're
Because
done.
they're just little tiny soggy pieces of garbage.
If you take too long, if you eat it right away, you can get a little bit of a mix. Like you get a little bit of milk under, and then you get enough Fruity Pebbles on top. You can
It's
get that
the same
nice
with
bite
the
and
Cocoa
mix.
Pebbles. And I'm fine if the Cocoa Pebbles because it just turns into chocolate mush, and I kind of like that.
I'll tell you right now.
Look at that. I can't believe this $25 situation. This is amazing.
That's awesome.
What a deal.
I kind of want to do that.
Now, this just says enjoy free wings and pizza, not beer.
Oh, well.
Do you know a guy who knows a guy? Wow, that's pretty incredible. I mean, it's
But
still
then,
worth it just for
then $1. If you want to get drunk, they have the $1 shots.
I mean,
so it's
free
like you just
beer
take-
all night would get you drunk too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
thought it
perfect
was
setup.
beer, but still, free wings and pizza and $1 shots.
That's a perfect setup for you because you live right
I live
there.
right there. I literally live there. So I will sit down. I have my specific spot. I go 4 seats away from the right pole. I'm right in front of the one TV.
Awesome.
I sit down, I plant my ass
Now,
there.
do you just like grab a couple of beers and grab a plate full of food and just take it back up to your place and watch, and then come back down and get a refill and do that.
I've done that before at that place where I've just done crap to go. Where sometimes I'll have tacos. So they have Taco Tuesdays there, where I get $9 tacos and I'll order a margarita.
Wait, $9 tacos? No wonder they're making. Damn, they're selling tacos.
3 tacos for $9. So $3 tacos.
Wow.
But they only sell them.
That seems high to me. That seems high.
It's
to me.
2026.
It's 2026.
Yeah.
Back in the day, that'd be crazy. Now $3 tacos is kind of like.
I guess I haven't bought my tacos a la carte for a while.
Sure.
They've always come in a combo meal.
You in California, you could still get a la carte tacos for like $1.25, $1.50. That still exists, but not in Omaha.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The new taco place that's across from Madison Square Garden, very expensive tacos.
But so you get,
tacos.
I would get 3 tacos and then get a margarita, and I would just take it back to the room and just have tacos and a margarita. Then like if I really wanted another marg, I could just call, walk back, pick it up, and hang out. Like it's pretty sick. Like never having to do DoorDash and just being like, if it's 11 o'clock and like you're hungry, to just call down and be like, hey, I'd like this.
My goal in life is to never ever have to do DoorDash.
You know what?
You don't ever want to order food that delivered to your home?
Not for the inflated prices they charge for.
The big problem with DoorDash is they'll charge you.
No, I know how it
so
works,
much.
but like that's of all the things you don't want to do in life, ordering food.
Well, that's one of the things. There's many other things too, like
probably
win the
do it once a
lottery.
Yeah.
Cure cancer,
punching Mr. H.
I've been
a lot
going
of things
to the
like that.
casino less, but I've been doing scratch off lottery tickets more.
That's dumb.
I did a peppermint payout and won some money the other day.
How much did the peppermint payout pay
It cost me $5 and I won, and it paid out 15.
So you made $10 from the peppermint.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, man. We should probably go. We have a guest coming up in 25 minutes.
We do. You want to do the honors?
No, I'm pointing at it. It's all you, man.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline.
Well, play longer, win more at the Prairie Flower Casino. 402-951-1620.
Hey, you know what? That top one, you can rip that one down. No, I'm just saying. Well, it's actually attached to the other one. It's brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Good night, everybody.
What? It's the weekend?
Well, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
That was my cue to go to break.
Go to break.
Becoming partly cloudy for your Friday.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton and UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Now I'm hungry for Los Tacos number one.
Oh my gosh, man! Looking over at those photos, now I want a taco and I want a margarita.
And they were
Makes my
sick-
taco
and they,
pop.
and they were $6 tacos.
Oh
Whoa.
gosh!
That damn New York inflation.
Mm-hmm.
On Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton and UNO.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Good to have you here as we wrap up the week and wrap up the football season. I was thinking about this on the way in. As the football season, how would you grade this football season? Just taking it into totality.
College and pro.
That would be
Totality?
in totality.
I'd give it a solid B.
Yeah,
Good
that's
storylines,
Weirdness.
crazy things, but my team was never really involved in anything.
The Chiefs kind of sucked.
Yeah, like the Cowboys
Yeah.
got me excited for like 2 weeks in November. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I was never really that happy, you know.
Yeah.
I'd say it was fine. I liked that Indiana and Miami played for the Natty. That was cool and different. And that
It was
Indiana
different.
won.
It was different.
This, Seahawks, Patriots, cool. We've seen it before.
Well, the Dolphins beat the Bills. That was cool.
Yeah, that was definitely something I cared about.
I don't remember that, but yeah.
I do.
Yeah, it was probably like a B.
I enjoyed it. I
You
look
know-
forward to watching football most weeks. Very rarely was I completely depressed. And the Eagles aren't in the Super Bowl.
There were a couple of good weekends of college, during the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa
good
almost
games.
beat Indiana.
Iowa almost beat Indiana. We had
Iowa
some
did
good games.
almost beat Indiana.
Memorable games.
The Black Friday game was really cool.
That game sucked.
The trip to Kansas City was fun.
Had a great time with my zone pals. 1620 the house.
Doing 1620
Chicago.
the pregame was fun.
Yes.
That was fun.
Being there.
Always started on time.
It did always start
and
on
it
time.
never started 30 minutes earlier. Never.
What didn't start? It didn't start 30 minutes
That's what I
earlier.
said. It never
was
started 30
promoted 30 minutes
Yeah.
earlier.
Remember the last
yeah.
one where Michael's like, "Are we going yet?"
That was,
I'm like, "What are you doing?"
He was like freaking out. He's like,
I was so proud of myself because it was it the night before or 2 nights before? No, it was Thanksgiving. It was Thanksgiving. I remember I was sitting there and I was like, oh, you know what? I should throw out a timed tweet because I'll be in the airport. I didn't know if I'd be able to do it in the morning. Hey, just to promote, the boys will be doing 1620 the pregame.
At
Only
8.
to find out when I got back, hey, you dumbass, you started out, you had all freaked out. We were starting 30 minutes early. I said, what do you mean? And I realized, yeah, I did.
Had a great time.
I did watch a little bit there from the Las Vegas airport.
Of the 1620 the pregame?
Eating sad Burger King breakfast.
Oh, I bet.
It was a sad breakfast too, man. It wasn't that good.
We had a good
Not
time.
as good as the breakfast burrito I had yesterday. but
we did have a good time.
We did have a good time. Yeah, I think a B is probably a good grade. I mean, obviously,
Not great, not terrible.
I wanted my team to go a little further than they did. But
Yep.
that's all right.
That's football, though,
We-
right? Only one team gets to be actually happy.
We got the only trophy that matters, the MVP.
That's the trophy that everybody cares about.
John called it.
I did call it.
Mm-hmm.
The Grum Down 26, brought to you by Freaked Out Roger Craig.
Wild.
It's not really super, so let's just call it Bowl Preview.
Bull 60.
Bowl 60
Awesome.
is what we'll call it. Mike Tanier, who is an NFL writer, will join us here in about 10 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
to help us preview Bowl 60.
Bowl 60 sounds like a 60-minute documentary about bowling for soup.
It does. You know that there are certain things, in fact, we do them too, where we are promoting things attached to the game, but we can't refer to it by its name.
Correct. We can call it the Super Bowl right now, but if we were saying Josh and John here for blank, the Super Bowl, can't do that.
Can't do
call
that.
it the big game.
But could we call it Bowl 60?
I don't think so. I think it's one of those where you can't say super or
It's like how
bowl.
you can't say madness in March.
Yeah.
Because you're getting
Which
close.
is ridiculous
It's
because
insane.
It's just a word.
It's bowl and it's 60. I get it when it's all together, but when it's only 2/3 of the way there, Bowl 60.
What if we called it the owl?
Could we call it the big cup? Because a bowl is just like a cup. It's just wider.
And they don't even play for a bowl.
They don't.
They play for a
trophy.
giant silver trophy.
They should call it the Super Trophy.
They should call it the Super Trophy. Drake May versus Super Bowl history.
Oh.
I want to examine this.
Okay.
Stafford is the MVP, and who the hell voted for Herbert?
A friend of the Grum. Did you see who voted for him?
Who was it?
Sam Monson. Remember that guy? Our friend from Ireland.
Yeah.
Nick, we got this NFL guy on one time, and he started talking. It was like, whoa, you're not American.
How you doing, Letty?
Yeah. Oh, I
Wow,
like Justin
very
Herbert.
problematic.
No, it's okay.
John,
it's okay to do Ireland.
I have some Irish in my background. I can do that.
It's like how we can do an Italian.
You have no Italian in your background.
I know, but you're allowed to. I don't make the rules, John. Those are the rules.
It's okay to dunk on
Who
Italians.
made the rules?
I think the world. I think everyone.
I think if you're on the bad side of a world war, you're allowed to be made fun of.
Oh, interesting. What are you going to do for our Japanese brothers and sisters?
Yes.
All right, Nick,
they were
let's
on
see.
a very bad side.
Let's
I mean, you can say that
full
that
screen graphic. Nick.
Italy was just a patsy.
So,
but Japan and Germany,
Japan has redeemed themselves because they gave us the GTR.
They're going to say Honda.
No, I'm a Nissan guy. Honda.
Nintendos.
And Nintendo.
Remember Nintendo?
Yeah. I still have my GameCube.
Germans gave us bratwurst.
And Volkswagens.
And our beer today.
Shout out to the Germans.
Yes, the over will hit today on our One Beer Friday.
Designated Hitler.
I think the actually under just hit
referencing the over.
Well, we already hit
under.
the under because we watched the Germans.
Try. Nice.
The Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell. I look forward to a couple of things. I look
Can
forward
we call
to
him our sister station anymore?
No.
We cannot.
Our brother station. Our cousin.
Okay.
I don't even think it's a cousin.
Our former neighbor.
It's
okay.
The person that you grew up next to and you were friends growing up, and then after college you kind of drifted apart.
Oh no, are we gonna drift apart?
Maybe you'll get a beer whenever you get home.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is sad.
I'll be curious to hear what he thinks of the JB prediction machine, tentatively putting Nebraska in the driver's seat.
Oh, I thought you were talking about weather. I was gonna say he loves weather talk.
He does that, but
he does. Remember 1620, the weather book?
Oh.
Anytime Duracho.
I forgot about that. That was funny.
Who needs 5-0? They need 5-0.
Oh yeah, we didn't get to this
We
yesterday.
did not get to it yesterday. We will get to it today because sadly, Kent had to reschedule. He had a last minute family deal that he had to attend to. It wasn't an emergency, but unfortunately, he is in a part of the world where technology.
He's in a rainforest.
No,
watch out for the big frogs.
He's in a part of the world where technology is very spotty.
Bummer.
Very, very spotty.
But if you've already watched the movie for next week, your homework is done.
I am afraid that I'm going to forget a lot of it by next
Nick,
Friday.
it will be 1 week.
I know.
Just go to the wiki page.
I have a bad brain.
You could talk about Formula One again right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I could.
Okay.
Take the points versus go for it.
Whoa, we're doing an analytics topic?
It's very interesting because it ties into the game.
It definitely does
on Sunday
because Seattle doesn't go for it.
You have a side that takes the points and a side that goes for it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So it's kind of a battle of philosophies. Mm-hmm. Lindsey Vonn is not human,
and they said John wouldn't want to talk about the Olympics. Look at this,
wild.
Ooh, talk about problematic. So we're watching the parade of athletes.
Yeah.
Let's see if they show the sign again. Check out all the signs introducing the countries are written in the native language, which is Italian. Check out what Mexico looks like in Italian. It looks like Mexico.
Like they're saying it's a mess.
Yeah.
Come on, Italy. What are you doing?
It seems very like, oh, look, you're making a Mexico of everything. What are you doing? One Beer Friday and prediction.
Let's go. By the way, we just got
this is the last week, by the way, for this round. And Nick, you've got work to do.
I'm sure I do.
Mm-hmm.
You have work to do. There's a chance for you to come back, but you're gonna have to work at it.
Steve writes, Nick kind of looks like Cameron Britton, who played Ed Kemper in the Netflix series Mindhunters. He's saying you kind of look like, you don't know who Ed Kemper is?
I've never seen Mindhunter.
You just mentioned 3 proper nouns that I'm like,
I've never heard of Ed Kemper?
No.
Ed Kemper was an American serial killer. He is still alive.
Wow.
Oh, was he on the same plane with the one dude?
Same plane.
That escaped and we never heard from him again?
No. He's in jail. Most of his murders included necrophilia, decapitation, dismemberment, and possibly cannibalism. Nick Grimm, Ed Kemper, handshake meme. You've never seen... surprised you have never seen Mindhunter.
Do you think he did the cannibalism before the necrophilia?
Good question.
Never heard of it.
I'm surprised you never heard of Ed Kemper.
No.
Yeah, he was a serial killer back in the 70s.
You forget. I
1972,
rejected your invitation to join Murder Call.
How's his last name spelled?
Kemper.
Oh, never mind.
He 6'9".
Nice.
He's a very big man. Very big.
Which chapter was he in the manifesto?
Well, he's one of the OG serial killers in America, so he'd probably be in chapter 1 or 2.
He can't be an OG serial killer. There surely were serial killers before the 70s.
That's when it really started, though. Really ramped up in the 70s.
But there was a colonial serial killer.
Not really. I mean, it's just...
I mean, how can you be a serial killer with using a musket?
Exactly.
Oh, wait a second. I have to stop and reload this thing. Hold on.
Honestly, being a serial killer back then, you probably had it made because you could just blame it on the natives.
Whoa.
That's what they would do.
All right, so it looks like the first serial killer listed... oh, wait, this isn't organized the way I was hoping it would. Never mind, ignore me.
No, I've never heard of
Ed Kemper.
Ed Kemper.
Yeah, he's quite the dude. Steve says, sounds like your kind of guy, Josh. Hey!
Chapter 3 of the manifesto. 402-951-1620.
Hit us up.
Oh, you know what? We should put out a poll question. Pick me a winner, Bobby.
I will handle that right
for
now.
Bowl 60.
Yep.
I wish we would have come up with this earlier. I would have liked to have referred to it just as Bowl 60 the whole week. We will put out a poll question on our Twitter feed at USC 1620 for Bowl 60. You can vote. And you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally to answer the phone on the first ring. The one thing I like about what they're doing here in the Winter Olympic, so they're marching out of this big ring, and then it's like in a pathway, but then it turns into this giant swirl pattern in the middle, and it looks like the path is taking you to not to infinity. But they have people lining the path so that folks will go, hey, no, you need to go this way. Don't get caught inside of the swirly infinity. Follow this path to freedom. Follow us to freedom.
Follow me to freedom.
When we continue, we will preview Bowl 60 with NFL writer Mike Tanier. MikeTanier.substack.com is where you can find his work.
Too Deep Zone is the name of his Substack. He's a very fun writer. He not only does he cover the league very well, but he also cracks a lot of jokes.
I like jokes.
I like jokes as well. And he's a friend of our friend, Aaron Schatz.
Wow, a mutual friend of the Grum.
It's friend by osmosis.
A friend of Schatz.
He didn't even,
a friend of mine.
Exactly. He didn't even realize he was a friend of the Grum, but he has been all along.
So we'll talk to him next. Great to have you with us. One Beer Friday. Send us a pic of what you're drinking, and we'll retweet it. It's our community. It's our love. It's our passion. It's our 1620 The Zone.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Hi, I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, ultra-low sugar brain and body fuel. Our IQ Bar plant protein bars help you refuel smarter. Our IQ Mix Zero Sugar Hydration Mixes help you hydrate harder. And our IQ Joe Instant Mushroom Coffees help you caffeinate larger. All three product lines boost physical performance, but they also boost mental performance via nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane. Right now, you can try our epic IQ Bar Ultimate Sampler Pack with 9 protein bars, 8 hydration mixes, and 4 coffee sticks. Win your day with clean ingredients, amazing taste, and superior brain and body nutrition. Try IQ Bar today.
Get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get this exclusive radio offer. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you are away, if you cannot catch it on the tube, you can always catch Bowl 60. And you're home of the NFL playoffs right here on 1620 The Zone. Your home for the NFL playoffs. Mike Tanier, whose column, Too Deep Zone, his articles run on his Substack, miketanier.substack.com, joins us Mike, we've gone to calling it Bowl 60 so that we don't get hit by the NFL for any copyright infringement. I assume that's going to be okay with everybody.
Absolutely, because I'm a media member, I can say Super Bowl 60 all I want.
That's true. Good point.
I'm a reporter reporting on the game. It's Super Bowl 60. It is a news event. They cannot copyright that. But you guys have to be careful.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Drake May's postseason has gone so far nothing like his regular season in terms of his efficiency, the turnovers, while Sam Darnold's turnover prevention in the postseason has been nothing like it was in the regular season. So which of these 180s between the characteristics of these quarterbacks has a better chance to reverting back to its usual self on Sunday?
I think I think in both cases, we're dealing with Sam Darnold perception versus reality, whereas most of Sam Darnold's turnovers came in a handful of games and a handful of situations. Overall, he took care of the ball pretty well. Drake May, a lot of his reputation was built out of beating the Jets. And there was an inevitable degree to which when he faced the Texans, faced the Broncos, things were going to be a little weaker. I'll say this: Darnold is in control of Darnold's fate. Drake May's fate is largely based on whether his offensive line can protect him in any way.
Mike,
yeah.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, because that's the question when you have two rookies at left tackle, left guard. Morgan Moses, a former Jet who's 155 years old at right tackle. These guys were doing great against weaker opponents. Then they get beaten up by these better opponents. They're facing another strong opponent. If they can't keep it together, Drake May's inexperience is going to come to the fore.
Mike, along those lines, Seahawks posted 5th best pressure rate this year, over 35%. They blitzed at the 6th lowest rate, though, this season. I'm wondering how big of a concern you think that is for that Patriots offensive line going against what Mike McDonald and company are doing on the Seattle defense.
The best thing that the Patriots can say to themselves right now is they dealt with the Texans. They barely survived the Texans' defensive pass rush. The Patriots won that game because C.J. Stroud kept turning the ball over. The Patriots' defense took care of business. But they saw the worst the NFL can throw at you in terms of a front four, both with the Texans, then the Broncos. This is a similar but not quite as devastating front four. So it's definitely a concern. The fact that Leonard Williams can bring pressure from up front, the fact that they can bring fresh legs in consistently, which is not something some of the other teams can do, is a problem. But the Patriots at least now have had a couple of games facing top pass rushes to say, okay, we might know where the bones are buried. That we may know what we have to do to compensate if Will Campbell is getting beat over and over again.
Mike, it's so interesting. My partner, of course, is a Rams fan, and his offense was like one of the only ones this year that was able to have success against the Seattle defense, in particular big plays. Like the total number of big plays that they had essentially equals the number of big plays that every other team had against them. Is there something you think that the New England offense can find in that regard that the Rams offense was able to do versus Seattle's defense?
I'm not sure, because while the Patriots are built for explosive plays, a lot of their explosive plays came through the run, and a lot of it, again, to go through a theme, came against weaker opponents. Yeah. The Rams could do so many different things with you. Puka, Devontae Adams, scheme, the 3 tight end scheme, all these other ways that they could generate those opportunities caused fits for the Seahawks. Patriots don't quite do it that way. They're a more fundamentally structured team. May's a drive and dish guy. They try and get a guy free up the sidelines. I don't know how well that style of play translates against a very stout and much healthier than it was for much of the regular season Seahawks defense.
Mike Tanier, who writes with Two Deep Zone, you can find his work at miketanier.substack.com. They run it so infrequently, I don't even know if we should call Seattle's base defense base, because they're very rarely in it. They use heavy nickel and dime packages on early downs. And we just got done talking a little bit about New England's run game. Does that hold the key to winning this game if they can make Seattle's heavy usage on early downs of nickel and dime actually work against them? Few teams have had a chance to do that.
That's an old Josh McDaniels trick. It's like, okay, we're going to force you to do this thing you don't want. We can play heavy. We can bring 2 tight ends in. We can use a fullback. I don't know if that really plays the strength of the New England Patriots. It's almost like you're neutralizing yourself to neutralize them. When I look at the Patriots and I say, what edge do they have? I don't look at necessarily their heavy formations. I look at the fact that across their secondary, they're very strong, and they're facing a Seahawks team that doesn't have a lot of weapons besides Jackson Smith and Jigba. And so the Patriots have to look at it on defense and say, can we force those Darnold mistakes? Well, maybe, because maybe we can corner blitz. Maybe we can safety blitz. You can double team Jackson Smith and Jigba and still have somebody left over to do something surprising. That's the advantage I see the Patriots being able to exploit.
Mike, which run game do you think is going to have a harder time?
That's a good question. I'm going to go with the Patriots because the Patriots running game has been so boom or bust. We look at the Travion Henderson highlight reel, and to a degree, the highlight reel is it. Like, there's not a lot of, nickel and dime runs. The flip side of that, though, is the Seahawks, again. They are without Charbonnet. I think they're without Charbonnet. I think that's official. So you have Kenny Walker, who throughout the season had a changeup back, who was the guy who got the 2, 3, 4-yard burst, kind of what Ramondre Stevenson does for the Patriots. They don't have that in Seattle. They're going to miss that. And if they miss it, it's either going to be at the goal line or it's going to be in these 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 situations where they would really like to just be able to run the ball and not put the ball in Sam Darnold's hand.
Mike, how much does Nick Emanwuri's health concern you, given how important he is? We talk about how they're not in base very much, but he kind of plays that extra linebacker, and saw him make some critical plays in the shootout 2 weeks ago against LA.
That's it. And I get the impression he'll play. I get the impression he'll be as close to 100% as he needs to be. And he is such a difference maker for the Seattle Seahawks. Now, he's a rookie. You've seen rookie lumps if you really look at him during the season. But it is that versatility, because you can't necessarily say, we've gone heavy and we've beaten you, because you go heavy and Emanwuri's out there, he's covering your tight end, or he's coming from the backside to make tackles, something he does a lot. So I'm not that concerned, because I get the impression that you're going to see him out there and he's going to be able to perform.
Mike, going back to Darnold, how are you squaring what we've seen? And is it even a 2-game sample size, or is it more really the Rams game? Because we keep saying how he's performed in the playoffs, but the game state and situation of the 49ers win was really nice for him the entire matchup. How are you squaring, at the very least, what he did against the Rams in the NFC title game versus what happened from week 11 onward, when his efficiency really dropped in the regular season?
His efficiency dropped, but it was not like this sort of catastrophic, oh my gosh, Darnold's a mess. It's more like he was just really turtling up. The defense was taking care of things. He's making the throws he needs to make, like a game manager. You talk about 2-game samples. I go back to 2024, and the storyline around Darnold, 14 wins,
yep.
Vikings cruising, then they have a bad week 18, and then they have a bad playoff game. And Darnold played poorly in those games. Their interior line fell apart. The Vikings, one of the first things they did in the offseason was sign more offensive linemen, because guys got old, guys got hurt. But the storyline was like, well, Darnold's Darnold. 14 games of success, 2 games of weakness. Oh, we're going to throw him on the scrap heap. I think the Darnold that we're seeing that is emerging, if we take the Jets glasses off, if we stop thinking about mono and ghosts and all these other memes around Darnold, it's like, this is a pretty solid quarterback with outstanding traits, who is over time limiting his mistakes and opening up his big plays. That's how I see it. It's all been part of a normal development of a quarterback who, unlike many quarterbacks who played for the Jets, got like a 4th, 5th, and 6th chance.
Yeah.
One thing that will help Darnold, helps any quarterback, is the running game. And we mentioned earlier, Charbonnet is not going to play, but Kenneth Walker certainly can carry a lot of the load. But it's not just the running game, it's the ability to play fake off of it. Mm-hmm. And you look at Darnold's numbers, off play action, and they're very, very good. This seems to be a critical factor for the Patriots defense to be able to handle the play fake game and the run game if they're going to have a chance to slow down this Seattle offense.
And on paper, they have a good play-action defense, although I don't know what a good play-action defense is. I guess it's just a fundamentally sound defense,
sure.
and that's what they have. And it's tricky because you say, the run sets up the play-action. Actually, you don't have to run the ball well to set up the play-action, but you do have to run the ball well enough to say, it's 2nd and 4, it's 2nd and 5. The play fake is believable that they might be running the ball on these downs. You're doing play fakes on 2nd and 12 because you can't run the ball. The defenders are probably like, we're just going to rush the pass, or we're going to drop into coverage. We'll give up the 4-yard run. And that's what the Seahawks have to be able to do consistently. It really was Walker and Charbonnet who combined to give them a good on-schedule running game, because Walker will mix 20-yard runs with 2-yard losses. Charbonnet wouldn't. It'd be like gain of 4, gain of 3, cloud of dust type of things. Be interesting to see if Walker can be the consistent guy who keeps them out of trouble on offense.
Mike, what do you think about the in-game coaching in terms of aggressiveness? These are 2 different styles, right? In terms of what Vrabel is going to do, what McDonald is going to do in those fourth down situations. Is there a lean that you have on, like, you're going to be with the side of one or the other just based off of how they have approached it over the course of their head coaching careers?
I don't. And one of the reasons why is I'm not sure what Vrabel's lean was. Early in the season, he was a little bit conservative on fourth downs because he had this young team.
Yeah.
Later in the season and in the playoffs, I think he was more conservative because it was snowing, and a lot of the decisions were based on that. So I don't know what his tendencies are. What we don't have is we don't have a tush-push team, or we don't have a Dan Campbell who's like 4th and 4, let's go for it. And the flip side is you don't have Kyle Shanahan who's like, oh my God, I want to kick a field goal every chance I get, or Mike Tomlin. So I don't know if there's a lean there. It'll be interesting to see if fourth downs really decide the game.
Well, on that note, you look at New England, and one of their weaknesses has been their red zone defense. They were 30th in the league in red zone defense. Knowing that going in, does Mike McDonald maybe take a few more chances in the red zone, knowing that this is a team that it just has a tendency to give up leaky yards and points inside the 20-yard line?
On the one hand, maybe. On the other hand, I always worry about a statistic like that for a team like the Patriots that had such an imbalanced schedule, because I have a funny feeling that the only teams who got inside the 20 were the good ones. And they kicked all these other, like the Jets never got there, Dolphins never got there, Giants never got there. And it's just like, well, this is just what their defense is against a better opponent. If you're the Seattle Seahawks and you get close, I'm not sure. On 4th and goal from the 8, I'm not trusting Darnold to make a play. I'm going to send my field goal unit out there. 4th and goal from the 2, I don't know. We're going to see how McDonald plays that.
Mike, I know you do a lot of stuff with Aaron Schatz, and we had him on Sportsmanlike Conduct on Wednesday, and it was so interesting talking to him about the Seahawks because, like, historically right now, they're posting some pretty crazy numbers. This is the best DVOA a team has had coming into the Super Bowl since the undefeated Patriots of 2007, and yet we are not talking about them like they fit in regards to any of those types of top-tier comparisons. Why do you think that that's the case? And if they are able to take care of business on Sunday, and let's say they win by 10 points or more, they do it in fairly comfortable fashion, will they enter into that discussion?
Oh, if they win, they'll enter into that discussion, and we will post ipso facto talk about the greatness of the team, and we will find the guys. But right now, they lack aura. There's no the guy. And I've said this on a couple of stations. You remember the Seahawks of the 2010s, it was beast mode, and it was the Legion of Boom, and it was Russell Wilson when he was young and when he was normal, and like he was like a gutsy leader, and Percy Harvin and all these guys, like Michael Bennett. There were so many dudes you could write about, talk about, love, hate. It's just a bunch of guys right now. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a great ball player. Leonard Williams, Tank Williams, Devin Williams, Witherspoon, Walker. We can name them out. But if you say, well, what's the personality? What's the thing they did before this that we talk about that we say like this is why the guy is? It's not there for most of them. So this is a kind of a new team to a lot of us. McDonald's a new character to a lot of us. Darnold's a punchline to most of us. If they do this, then I think we'll look at this and say, wow, this might have been like those early Ravens teams, those old Ray Lewis, Ed Reed teams, where we figured out afterwards, oh my goodness, this is how dominant they were at all these other positions that let them be, get by at quarterback.
Mike Tenier joining us, and I think it can boil down to very simply, it's about Darnold, right? I mean, the quarterback is always the biggest star on the team, but because there's been a lot of memes about him and there's still a lot of doubt about him, if this were Joe Burrow,
no question,
we wouldn't have this conversation right now. But I agree with you, by the way. I mean, there's a lot of great personalities that were on those older Seattle teams, but man, it just boils down to there's a lot of folks going, but it's Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that's why it's a 4.5 point spread because of Darnold, and to a degree that comes by it. Honestly, he's not Joe Burrow, he's not Matthew Stafford. He doesn't have a track record of success that goes back years. Those things are earned. That level of trust is earned. At the flip side of that, again, is the way this team is built. They're built for ordinary quarterbacking to win the game.
Mike, special teams. It's been so fun talking to everybody we have this week about the special teams matchup because I keep hearing different answers on who the guests like. Who do you like in this one from a special teams perspective?
The Seattle Seahawks have one of the best special teams in NFL history, but the Patriots also have a good one, and I think that's what throws people off. Remember, the Patriots have a rookie kicker who, again, wasn't spectacular in the playoffs. Granted, it was always 50-mile-an-hour wind with sleet going right in his face. But they have a veteran kicker in the Seahawks. The Seahawks special teams were good before Rashid Shaheed showed up.
Yep.
They were returning kicks for touchdowns, doing a great job. Patriots, don't overlook it. Marcus Jones, heck of a return man, but I don't think they're in the same level in terms of special teams quality.
So are you leaning heavy Seahawks, maybe lightly towards the Seahawks? Do you like the upset?
I'm leaning towards the Seahawks. I got the score prediction for me is 26-17 Seahawks. I guess that's a cover. So that's that's a pretty heavy lean. It just looked like the superior team top to bottom. And again, if the Patriots had emphatically in the playoffs just destroyed somebody on both sides of the ball, I might be going a different direction. But they went out there and it's like, okay, the weather and the injuries helped us out and we got to these wins. And that's great. They deserve to be here. They're peaking at the right time. I don't think they're in the same category as the Seahawks.
Mike, I'm going to ask or annoy everybody by asking you a Dallas Cowboys question because you're a Philly guy. What do you think of the Christian Parker hire as DC?
Heck of a hire. Now, I'm not the biggest Brian Schottenheimer fan in the universe, but now he's really strong with Clayton Adams and Christian Parker at both coordinators. I think that's a really good hire.
Awesome.
New news breaking this hour.
I saw this
about a more important franchise who wins games.
Interesting.
Schwartz.
Cliff Kingsbury is joining Sean McVay's staff in Los Angeles.
Your favorite coach.
I loved him with the Cardinals. But I mean, make no mistake about it, he does have a great offensive mind. What do you think about the melding of these minds going into next year, now knowing that Matthew Stafford is coming back next year?
Yeah, it's a big win for McVay because so often it's like he brings the next guy up and the next guy is just a little mini McVay. It's a little mini me. And they come up and they make a little career for themselves and they move on to the next place. And Kingsbury is coming in from his own world. And while he has roots with McVay going way back, he does things his own way. So Sean McVay of all coaches can have Kingsbury over on the side there doodling on the pad and the cocktail napkin and everything like that. And McVay can look over and say, that's good, that's bad. He can manage the crazy part of Kingsbury while getting like the really brilliant crazy part, as opposed to with Kingsbury as a coordinator, head coach. Otherwise, he's out there running all his dipsy doodle plays. It's probably a very good synergy between the two offensive minds.
Yeah, the reports that have been coming out just say he's joining the offensive staff. It does not say exactly what the role is. So I'll be very curious to see what that is. I don't think it's going to be coordinator, but
who knows?
Who knows? As we all know, at the end of the day, McVay runs that boat, whoever the offensive coordinator is.
He's going to be in a little box open up. You got any ideas in there, Cliff?
Yep.
Oscar the Grouch pops up. Hey, let's run a double reverse. Yeah.
All right, we'll leave you in the box there for a little bit, Cliff. We'll do something else different.
Yeah, when McVay has one of his brain farts, like his play calling against the Bears, that's when you open the boxes. Cliff, you have any better ideas, please?
What are we doing?
Oh, good stuff. Mike Tanier, you can find his work, miketanier.substack.com. Tanier spelled Tanier. Really good stuff. Mike, we appreciate it. Thanks. Enjoy the game.
Always a pleasure. Take care. Enjoy your game.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Tanier joining us for our preview of Bowl 60.
Mm-hmm. Dang it, we were going to do a sports flash. We were going to have a lot of fun with that, and instead...
Well, we had an expert on. We had a guy who follows the sport very closely.
You just wanted to talk about the Rams.
This would be like the Cowboys hiring Nick Sirianni to join the offensive coaching staff, a guy that I've hated his guts literally forever.
Now, for the record, the only...
I like him, though, guys.
Is he going to start spelling his name normal now?
He has a good resume.
I do spell his name normal. It's Clifford.
Caleb Kingsbury.
A
lot of K's.
Three of them.
The only reason I was really hardened the paint against him was when he got the job at Arizona coming off the disaster that was Texas Tech. And I said, this makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Zero sense.
Hey, he took him to the playoffs that 1 year.
Yeah, John.
Yes, and who did they lose to in the first round?
God, nobody cares.
The team that got these beautiful hats.
It's wild. They started 7-0 that year. They were a wild card team.
Yeah, I'll be very curious to see how this blends.
The blend boys.
How this all blends together.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, at the end of the day, McVay's running the boat.
Yeah.
The Rams survived Scott Frost being on their staff. I think
he was just a coffee boy, though.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Clifford Caleb is just a coffee boy, too.
I think he's going to be calling the plays, designing the schemes.
No.
Taking it down from within.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. We'll see. No, he's a good offensive mind. I think that Washington just needed a fall guy after their terrible year.
Yeah.
It was so weird. Like his offense was awesome in 2020, and it was boom or bust, right? They got a lot of fourth down conversions in 2024. But then they had how many different quarterbacks in 2025? Pretty wild.
Yeah,
that
quite
they
a
would
few.
move on from him that quickly.
Before we go to break, we should send out our congrats to our friend President C.
Yes, absolutely.
Marty Cordero, who has been wearing dual hats as the chief executive for the Storm Chasers and for Union Omaha, is going back to only his baseball cap.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to reorganize some things.
Taking off the kit
with the new stadium that they are proposing and hoping to build. They figured now is a good time. So Marty's going to focus on the baseball, and they'll have somebody new handle the front office. Alex, is it Boulos? Boulos? Alex Boulos is the chief operating officer, and will start to launch a search for the president of the team.
Can you believe that at, let's say, 11 p.m. Sunday night, it will be actual undisputed baseball season?
Look, John is trying to congratulate Marty, and all you're doing is turning this into a big joke.
I'm not turning it into a big
I'm
joke.
happy for Marty. Congratulations to him.
Yeah,
I
it's
cannot
hard to wear double
imagine.
dual hats.
I cannot imagine for two different sports.
Yeah.
For sure. I cannot imagine how difficult that has been. Shout out to Marty, and shout out to Union Omaha and everything they're doing moving forward. That new stadium very close by. Once it gets done, looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it.
Very much looking forward to Bowl 60. Bowl 60 is coming up.
It is.
And we'll have more on it, including thoughts on Drake May and his battle versus history next on 1620 The Zone. But John and Josh here to remind you that Underdog is there waiting. And oh boy, is this going to be exciting. There is a huge game coming up this weekend, and you can get involved right now by finding your favorite players and picking them to go higher or lower on stats such as touchdowns, points, receptions. Could be field goals, could be extra points. A lot of different categories, and you can win up to 5,000 dimes your cash, and you can download the Underdog app and use it in Nebraska. No driving across the river. You can play right here in Nebraska, and in time for the big game this weekend, get to that app, download it today, and get started.
John, you mentioned it. Fantasy points, one of the options. Cooper Kupp, one of your favorite players. He had a big game a handful of years ago. 6.85 fantasy points. Maybe you go higher or lower on that. What about JSN? He has been awesome. Offensive player of the year, 17.05 fantasy points. Those and so many more options available. Just download the app today. Use our promo code 1620 The Zone, and you can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Olympic opening ceremonies remind me of why I've never been interested in all the times going to New York of seeing a Broadway show. Just all the dancing and
you don't
the
like the
production.
gyrations?
John's not into gyrating.
Not really. Not really. Very heavy use of makeup too.
Out on makeup?
No, but very heavy use. I mean, I feel like I'm watching Tammy Faye Baker.
Nice.
What
Good
a
reference, John.
Yeah. I normally this would be sports flash worthy.
Cliff Kingsbury, new OC.
But
you already took the wind out of those sails, John.
Yeah,
but because
John.
It used to be, a college football team only had 9 coaches. Now they have 29 coaches.
Wait, did they make another hire? Oh, wait, I saw that. The Eagles guy. Man, everyone's jumping off that ship. People retiring, people are leaving.
Does that remind you of another team that's maybe local that a lot of people are leaving?
Interesting. Are the vibes bad in Philadelphia, too? 402-951-1620.
Do I need to make a Nick Sirianni bad vibes?
Yes, please, Nick.
Nebraska's hired its safeties coach.
Nice. Jeez.
Replacing the guy that we forgot was even there.
Yeah, because he left.
Abruptly left.
He left.
Tyler Yelk. Who worked with Rob Orich at South Dakota and Idaho, will be the new safeties coach. So I believe that now puts the official number at 25. 25 coaches.
That's a quarter of 100.
That's a lot of coaches.
Where was Frost at before his 4th year?
For his 4th year? Oh, how many? Well,
Yeah.
at the time, you were only allowed to have a certain amount of full-time coaches.
Interesting. So
But
what I'm
then
hearing
he
is,
had coaches help out, and he got in trouble for it with
Yeah.
the NCAA.
That's
Now it's
right.
infinity coaches.
Yeah.
You can have
I forgot about
infinity
the rule.
coaches.
Yeah, remember that rule?
I do remember that rule.
And then he got taken to task by Trev Alberts.
Yesterday, when we were talking with Chad Graff of The Athletic about the Patriots, we were discussing Drake May, and it triggered something in my mind, and I thought, let's hold on to this.
Okay.
Drake May is walking onto a big stage, really for the first time in his career, with very little big game experience of any kind.
Yeah, the biggest game that he has in his career is the game that preceded this.
Yeah.
He never played in. And real quick, for people who are trying to figure out, what do you mean by that? Of course, this is the biggest game. It's the Super Bowl. What you are saying is he's not like Fernando Mendoza, right? He didn't play in a championship in college, let alone a conference championship game, any playoff game.
Correct.
So he was never in a big game in college.
Correct.
And this is only year number 2. And his first year even making the playoffs, he makes the Super Bowl. So he doesn't even have he had to overcome the losses to get into this game, right? That's what, did I explain it well?
He has the big game feels.
He has the big game feels.
And so I wanted to go back. I basically went back 15 years.
Okay.
Just to compare to other quarterbacks who had limited or small big game experience heading into their first Super Bowl.
Okay.
Here are the names I came up with.
This is 15 years.
Now, there's many big names here.
Sure.
Many big names.
You're going to have a lot of Brady, a lot of Manning, and then a lot of Mahomes.
But Super Bowl 44, Drew Brees made his 6th playoff start
in the Super Bowl.
That they defeated the Colts.
Now he had made it to a couple conference championship games.
He had played in a couple of conference championship games. Drew Brees of Purdue never played in a big college game.
Correct. No, he did play in the Rose Bowl that one year. No, but hey, Rose Bowl still mattered though back then.
Maybe, I guess. Super Bowl 45, Aaron Rodgers. Also didn't make any big starts in college. It was his 6th playoff start, and he was coming off of his first conference championship game.
Correct. Biggest game he ever played in college was a regular season game against USC.
Super Bowl 47. Now, Flacco was a little longer in the tooth.
Yeah, he'd been around for
a while, and it was his 13th playoff start.
Yeah, because the Ravens had made deep runs. They had just not gotten over the hump yet.
But Colin Kaepernick, just like Drake May, was only making his 3rd playoff start in a Super Bowl.
Yep. And he had played
coming from Nevada. He didn't have any.
Correct. They beat Boise State one time, but yeah, he didn't play in any college football playoff or natty games.
Super Bowl 48, Russell Wilson. was making his 5th playoff start, had played in a conference championship game, obviously, to get there. But also, remember, he led Wisconsin
to the Big Ten championship.
To the Big Ten championship.
Yeah, so he played in the conference championship game and won it in college. He played in the Rose Bowl, and it was year 2 like Drake May, but year 1 for him, they won a playoff game, and they made it to round 2.
Cam Newton was making his 6th playoff start, but had won a national championship.
Yeah, he had obviously played in a ton of big games in college.
Nick Foles. Now, this is the oddball one because he obviously took over very late in the season, but Foles was making his 4th playoff start.
What was the other one?
He made another one for the Eagles about 4 years prior to this.
That's right, because he was the quarterback of the Chip Kelly team.
Yes.
I always forget about that. Yeah.
Jared Goff in Super Bowl 53 was making his 4th playoff start.
Yeah, because they've gone one and done the year before. And he obviously didn't have anything big in college.
Super Bowl 54, Mahomes, 5th playoff start, 2 conference championship games.
Nothing in college.
Versus Jimmy G, who was making his 3rd playoff start. But remember, he had been backing up Tom Brady. So he'd been 2
Super Bowls.
He'd been around Super Bowls.
He just hadn't played in a Super Bowl.
Joe Burrow, 4th playoff start.
Now, he is someone who had, because he is like the first guy of this conversation that played in the college football playoff era.
Correct.
So thus he had multiple big playoff games.
Correct.
Plus the conference title, and then, of course,
Correct.
the national championship. And then
The following year, Jalen Hurts, 4th playoff start.
And he had played in a lot of big games.
But had been in 4 straight college football playoffs.
And
3
he
with
was-
Alabama and 1 with Oklahoma.
And he had made 2 natties, one that he started the whole game and lost, one that he started the game and got benched for Tua.
Correct.
And they won the natty. But you're right. Yeah, he played
Tua,
in
Tag Ovalia.
I mean, honestly, of all the guys that we've hit so far, and I'm guessing all the guys to follow, his college career had the most big games of it.
Yes.
By
Well,
far.
and now Drake May.
Mhm. So yeah, Hurts had the most by far.
So the one comp in the last 15 years to Drake May is Colin Kaepernick. In that no big game experience in college, making his 3rd playoff start in the Super Bowl. And so Drake May is truly going up against history because some of these guys now, some of these quarterbacks I've mentioned were on the losing side, but
including Kaepernick.
Some of them were on the winning side as well, but had a little bit more playoff experience or big game experience. This is, since Kaepernick, the least big game experienced quarterback that will start a Super Bowl.
If you're wondering how did he do in the Super Bowl, Colin Kaepernick, 16 of 28, 302 yards, almost 11 yards per attempt, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Got sacked 3 times, but he added 62 yards on the ground on only 7 carries, which was 9 a carry essentially, and he added a touchdown as well. And now Drake May, I'd be surprised if he got to 62 yards, but certainly his legs are going to be involved here. I would say this, though, and this is what makes this New England team so interesting. That 49er team was loaded. That they had some dudes on offense. You know, Vernon Davis, Michael Crabtree, Frank Gore was the running back. He had over 100 yards in that game on the ground. That was, I mean, I'm so impressed by the Patriots. I know their schedule was super easy. I don't think that this is like a great roster. Like, you can make an argument this is going to be like the worst roster that Vrabel has over the next 5 years, and they're here.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's the difference. Kaepernick was going against a worse defense than Drake May is going against. That was late stage. I mean, that was Ray Lewis's last year, right? Late stage Ray Lewis. That's interesting. You know, I never thought about a Super Bowl from the angle that you were taking it. And that is, let's combine big game experience and big game college experience, you know? And so, interesting.
He has
I mean, you got
very,
some,
very little.
Like you said, you got some winners in there. Nick Foles, for example, he was only making his 4th playoff start. He was going against the greatest quarterback of all time.
But he was also longer in the tooth. I mean,
longer in the tooth. Much
Drake
longer.
May was in his 2nd year.
Yeah, Drake May is young.
I mean, you could say this is comparable to Joe Burrow, who is also very young.
Or
but
Mahomes.
Joe Burrow also played in a national championship.
Yeah. Yeah, this is closer than in
He's
like a
athletic.
hodgepodge to like a Mahomes, where this is his 2nd year. Now, Mahomes, that was his 3rd year, only his 2nd year starting, but he had the run the previous year. He had already won the NFL MVP. You know, so he had given us 2 seasons to show this is who he is.
Yeah.
And this is an obvious statement. Mahomes performed way better in that playoffs than Drake May has in this one. I know the weather has been terrible, but he has not performed very well. He's put the ball on the turf a ton. His offense has not scored a lot of points. He's gotten a ton of help on the other side of the ball. Whereas that Mahomes, those Chiefs teams, they had the crazy win against Houston. They had the crazy win against the Titans. They scored a lot of points in those playoff games. The Patriots have not.
I don't know how you feel, but if it had not been for the snow in the second half at Denver, I think the Broncos would have won that game.
Yeah.
I think the Broncos would have won that game.
It wouldn't, honestly, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. I think the decision to go for it on fourth, if they kick the field goal, I think the Broncos win that game. I really do. It was going to be hard for their offense to do anything, but then the snow exacerbated that issue.
Right.
It's nuts. Like we talked about it last Monday. That game is like 3 plays. It is the decision to go for it on fourth down. It is the fumble as well that gave the Patriots the opportunity to go up or to tie the game rather. And then it was that 4th and 1 conversion that I cannot believe they gave to New England. Those 3 plays all went for the Patriots, and that ended up being the difference in the game. That they got those plays. And look, you got to take advantage of those plays.
We do have our poll question up on our Twitter feed at USC 1620. What do you like? 58% so far say Seahawk win and cover. 16% call for a Seahawk win with a Patriot cover. 26% take the Pats to win it.
Okay.
So it's basically running 75-25. Seattle wins.
Okay.
But the majority believe that the Seahawks will cover the 4.5. Will they? Find out when Bowl 60 kicks off after 5:30 this Sunday.
And by the way, don't forget,
1620 The Zone.
Reminder, no movie club today. No movie club today.
We had to postpone. Kent had to do some family things, and so we will reconvene next week. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com for a chance to win the Get Your Together 5K sweepstakes. Contest runs through February 24th. Hey, you know what? We've got tickets to give away to next Thursday's home match between the Supernovas and Dallas.
What's Dallas called?
Pulse.
Yeah. It's next Thursday, 7 o'clock, CHI Health Center, Omaha. We could take the 60th caller in honor of Bowl 60, but I don't know. That seems like a little much for Nick.
Why do you hate me?
So
No, we should do 61 in honor of next year's Bowl.
That's true. Next year's Bowl 60, which will feature
Bowl
the
61,
Los Angeles
Miami
Rams.
Dolphins and the Dallas Cowboys.
Nick, from your lips to God's ears.
Quinn Ewers is going to take the Dolphins all the way.
That's funny.
Is that what they're saying?
We'll take caller 6.
Caller 6.
If you'd like
which
to
is 60
attend the
divided by
match,
10.
Yes.
If you'd like to go to the match next Thursday, be caller 6 right now.
Nice.
402-951-1620.
Excellent.
So we were talking a little bit earlier with Mike Tanier about the explosive plays in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And you do have two teams that are very well versed at explosive plays. The Patriots have one of the best explosive play percentages in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But as you heard from Mike, a lot of that is predicated on the run game. They're going up against the defense that is the best at preventing it. And so which of those two sides is going to prevail? I tend to agree with Mike that I just don't know if the Patriots have enough threats on the outside that they're going to be able to make that work for them. Now, if Drake May were to get into scramble mode and make big plays with his legs, remember,
certainly a lot is possible.
His scramble turned the game against Denver.
Mm-hmm. And the keeper that he called in the and they didn't even know he called it in the huddle.
Correct.
That obviously turned the game as well.
So that really is the X factor here. Is his ability to make plays with his legs, keep plays alive with his legs. Seattle is not a team that has to blitz a lot because they usually get home with 4, but maybe if their rush lanes aren't particularly disciplined, maybe they could get some activity there.
I loved what Mike said too, and I this is where I am at. The Rams are the one team who is able to have success. It's basically the Rams in both, well, really in all three, but in particular the last 2 matchups, and then the Bucs. And that was back in week 5 or 6.
Yeah,
and then other than that,
season.
it is nobody else was able to do anything against them. And so what are the similarities between those teams? Really, really good receivers. I mean, like really good receivers. And I don't think the Patriots have it's nice. They have a good group, but they don't have, I mean, it's just such a massive step down from what Puka is able to do and what Devontae is able to do to what Diggs and company are able to do. Right. And so I look at that collectively, what they've done over the course of the whole season, and the fact, and I asked him a question that involved this, that Seattle is able to, we talked about it for years in Super Bowls, rush 4 and drop everybody else out. Rush your base and don't blitz. Couple stats. These are from Bill Barnwell of ESPN. Seahawks in their base defense, 5.7% of the time on first and second down. And you asked that fun question. What even is their base? Which is comfortably the lowest rate in the NFL. The league average is 32.5. The Seahawks have 8 men in the box against the run on early downs, only 7.7% of the time. And yet the Seahawks have the best run defense in the NFL on early downs. And then you look at what they're doing with the pass. 5th best pressure rate this season, despite blitzing at the 6th lowest rate. And so, look, man, you've been watching Super Bowl since Super Bowl
12.
I've been watching since Super Bowl 31. And a through line of Super Bowls with a team winning is often that ability to rush your line and not have to worry about blitzing. The most famous of them, in my opinion, is Super Bowl 42, when the Giants got after Brady many times with a pass rush that did not require blitzing. And if you're able to do that, I don't think the Patriots offense is good enough, or the receivers rather aren't good enough to be able to do those types of things. Like, there's a reason that Matt Stafford was able to do what he did against them, because he is Matt Stafford and those receivers are great. And Sean McVay, Josh McDaniels is awesome. He is a great play caller. And Drake May, of course, he had an amazing season. But man, this does seem to be like a step up in competition. Even though he did go against good defenses in the playoffs, I just don't know what to do with the weather component, and
Well,
like,
but
how do you unpack that?
They played a Texans team. Yeah, great defense. Get after the quarterback. But C.J. Stroud was a disaster. And then Denver, you're playing a backup quarterback making his first ever start in the playoffs, and then the weather turns south. There's a part of me that thinks, maybe there's something in the cosmos that's allowing the Patriots to work their devil magic again.
America's 250th anniversary.
But
don't forget.
But apparently, you got to eventually beat somebody, and this is going to be neutral conditions. The weather's going to be fine. There's not going to be any freak snowstorms that we know of.
I think the rain is like 30% chance of raining.
It kind of surprises me that the Seahawks are only a 4.5-point favorite.
That's
as good as they are, as good as they have been touted, as good as the metrics have said they are, that they're only a 4.5-point favorite.
I mean, how much of that is just like you get any bigger than that and you open yourself up to just a ton of liability on everybody taking the Patriots?
Sure, but we've seen bigger liabilities. When the Patriots beat the Rams, they were double-digit underdogs.
I know, but we are just like looking at bettors. We are so much more sophisticated now, and how we do stuff. Because you're right, that line and like those lines, that was an era of crazy lines. Look at like the 15 years that preceded that Super Bowl, and you got some stuff that we're never going to see lines like that again.
No.
And I think a large part of that isn't even just like how good or bad the teams are, and more just the public would be so much on the Patriots, or a team in the Patriots. Line.
Going back to what John was saying about the Patriots, this is kind of what I was talking about yesterday, where the Seahawks are in the Super Bowl, and it makes sense. You understand why the Seahawks are there. Where the Patriots, they've just it feels like they've stumbled into it. It feels like their games that they've played, the ones that should have taken them out, they weren't because they were playing backup quarterbacks. And I get that's part of the game too. You got to survive.
You have to survive. Yep. I mean, like,
it just feels weird that they're there.
And hey, in a weird season, in a strange season, we opened the show talking about this. Somebody had to emerge from it, and you can only play who's in front of you, and you can only deal with the conditions. Because here's the thing, excuses or not, both teams had to play in the crappy weather. Both teams had to play in the snow. They made the plays when they had to. They made the plays at the perfect time. The field goal. Think of the field goal that could have tied it. It wasn't that it was a miss. It wasn't that the weather played a part. Their guy blocked it. And they were able to win. As bad as the play call was, they had to make the stop on 4th and 1, as weird as the turnover was that allowed for them to score a touchdown. It actually should have been a scoop and score on the field, but the ref blew the whistle early. Like, they still had to make the plays. And yet, I look at this matchup and I just say, I think it's going to be really, really difficult. I think it's going to be really, really difficult, especially for that side of the ball, for their offense. And I don't think we've said his name in this segment, so I will say it now. Sam Darnold is just a fascinating X factor because I have some numbers in terms of what he was able to do. First 10 weeks of the season, Darnold had a league-leading 77.9 QBR, 9.3 yards per dropback. Then from week 11 onward, as Mike said, he wasn't terrible. He just dropped off. 35.3 QBR, which was 27th best. So, that was pretty bad. But his 6.3 yards per dropback was 15. So we're talking average in terms of starting quarterbacks. Yet, in the playoffs, and especially against the Rams, he's back up to what he was in the first half. What is he in 2 days? Is he early season Sam Darnold? Is he late season Sam Darnold? He has put the ball, I believe, in the last 4 games on the turf 4 times. He has recovered, or the Seahawks have recovered, all of them, including a bad snap against the Rams in the championship game. That was a loss of 9 yards, and so it cost them. But you'd much rather have a loss of 9 than giving the ball to the opposition. Can he hold on to the ball? His 3.5% turnover rate was among worst of all QBR qualifying quarterbacks in the regular season. And yet he hasn't turned the ball over in the postseason.
He hasn't because teams haven't gotten in his face. The Rams got in his face in the first 2 matchups, and that's why he turned the ball over. The Rams did not get in his face in the championship game, and thus he didn't turn the ball over. If you could tell me today that the Patriots are going to get up in his face and make life difficult for him, then I'm like, But the Seahawks will do their darndest not to put him in those situations. I think they're going to use their running game and their play action game to that effect. And I don't know if the Patriots can get after him enough to make him make mistakes. And so if you don't, That's why I think this Super Bowl is going to be determined more by Drake May than it will be by Sam Darnold. I think Darnold's got enough people around him. They'll be able to make the plays.
Drake May is going to have to put the team on his back.
Drake May is going to have to put the team on his back. Drake May is going to have to play, most likely, the game of his life for New England to win. And Drake May can be, if he's average, it's not going to be good enough.
Whereas Sam Darnold can win if he's average.
Correct.
I would agree. A couple other things. Drake May brought down 47 times during the regular season, fourth most in the NFL. 8.8 sack rate, was fifth worst in the league. Also had a 1.8% fumble rate, third worst in the league. And you look at Will Campbell, who has been hurt and now he's back. Regular season, he allowed 8.5 sacks in 13 games, aka the games that he played when he wasn't injured. Opposing pass rushers generated quick pressures 3.5% of the time, the ninth worst pressure rate in the league. Since he has come back in the postseason, 3 postseason games, 4 sacks, 15 pressures, 7 quick pressures. I mean, this guy is getting dominated right now in the playoffs. And he's got a long career ahead of him. First round pick, top 5 pick. He's got a long career ahead of him. But, dude, that pass rush, they're going to be able to get after him. And I heard something, I think it was on the Athletic Football Show that I was listening to this morning. You know, for those dorks out there who really love like hand size or arm length, those types of measurables, they were like, this is why it matters, because Campbell's arms are not very big and he is going against a bunch of defenders that have long arms and are super lanky. And so I'm with you. I think Seattle can win if Darnold, as long as he's not a catastrophe.
Right.
They can win if he's average. It would be stunning to me if the Patriots won with Drake May not being all world. I guess it would come in a scenario where they really put Sam Darnold in a body bag. But, man, I think Drake May, if the Patriots win, in my opinion, he is the obvious Super Bowl MVP. I could see multiple guys winning the Super Bowl MVP if it's the Seahawks winning. And that, I think, shows you the complete picture that the Seahawks offer versus what the Patriots offer.
All right, coming up, we'll shift gears and go to the 5-0 conversation because maybe we're looking at this question a little differently than we should be.
Ooh.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Don't forget, everybody, get your taxes done.
It's true.
We're getting close to the finish line of April 15th. It'll be here before you know it.
Or just hope to win the $100 into Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino, and you can pay your taxes with that. Well, actually, you can't.
Thinking about that.
But congrats to Aaron and Tammy, who are this week's online winners. You can enter at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win next week.
Imagine going and watching Bowl 60 there with all of the wagers that you can make, plus those wings.
Those wings are great.
Those burgers.
Those burgers are also great. Those fries. Remember
Those
the fries?
I remember it all, Nick.
The ranch.
Sounds incredible.
Of course, they are the sponsors of our Zone Hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, 402-951-1620. Got an email from
Buttery Mails.
Jim. Or I'm sorry, Al. It's got to be your bull. Al in Minneapolis. I don't know why I had Jim on the brain. Al in Minneapolis.
We had that meeting with the gym earlier this week. Maybe it was that.
We did.
His shirt.
What a shirt.
What a shirt.
He starts off by saying he's not a rule honk, but he's a continuity honk.
A continuity honk. I've never heard of that kind of honk. Honk, honk.
It's a very specific honk.
What's a continuity honk? Well, since 2000, he writes, if we have learned anything, wouldn't it be that firing coaches every 5 or so years does not work? I feel like fans right now are actively looking for reasons to push a coach out rather than keep them around. He was referencing to some conversations had on the show and has been happening on the show really since the offseason began. That fans were saying things along the lines, if Rule made a decision, it's a mistake. But so many of the decisions Rule has made have been ones that fans actively want, whether it was recruiting and landing Dylan, hiring a big-name offensive coordinator, hiring Mike Eckler.
That one worked. I don't know why I wouldn't put that in the fans wanted it and it didn't work category.
No, but his argument is the fans are saying every decision he makes is a mistake, but there have been decisions Rule has made that the fans wanted prior to that decision being
I agree.
made.
I just like the Dylan and the Holgerson one. I guess I thought it was a list of decisions that sucked, and I just wouldn't include Eckler in that. Is only my problem.
No, but again, his point is
he's right
that these were decisions that fans wanted.
For sure.
I really struggled to relate to this being totally out on Rule's sentiment when it's only been a few years into his tenure, and he has clearly elevated the stability of the program from where it was under Frost and Riley. Stick a pin in that.
Okay.
Yes, that is true. It is more stable. But how much of that is also tied to the fact that the administration is stable? One of the things that hurt Riley was that Silent Sean was not on the most solid ground.
No.
Obviously, under Frost, there were a lot of things that were...
Bill Moose was never here. He was in Montana.
Exactly. Now, in terms of wins and losses, yeah, it's been... I don't know. We just didn't get enough. We didn't get as with Riley, it was, I don't know. I feel like Riley's term is still incomplete because of a lot of the turmoil that was above him. I'm not making the argument they should have given Riley more time. I'm not saying that.
Absolutely not.
But it's hard really to measure up what the Mike Riley era was because everything was so dysfunctional.
Correct.
Across the board.
For reasons he could and couldn't control.
Here, we cannot, even though there was an athletic director change. The guy who hired Matt Rule is no longer here. He's at Texas A&M. But the stability and, dare I say, competence of administration haven't been this stable at Nebraska in a long time. We don't have what is perceived to be the ongoing dysfunction in the athletic department.
For sure.
At least it doesn't feel like it.
No, real quick.
Maybe some people disagree. I don't know.
I'm with you. Is there at all like a hole to poke in the fact that Dana gave him a contract extension in theory for no reason?
We can definitely get into
And before you get back to the rest of the email.
For no reason. He didn't want to lose him to Penn State?
Definitely, because they definitely wanted him. Michael writes in on Twitter, It's not the fans' job to find reasons to keep a coach. It's Rule's job to make it obvious. I think
Good
that
point.
going back to you were
Good
trying
point.
to describe like
Good
where they're at
point.
right now. I think that, that's where some of
That's
that lies.
true.
Yeah.
Al continues, has he had immediate high-level success? Clearly no, but why is that the reason to fire someone or believe they will never have success? Is the expectation if a coach doesn't win at X level in the first couple of years, he should be canned? And if that is the expectation, why on earth is that the expectation given the state of the program the last decade? I don't remember this discussion being when Rule was hired. If he doesn't take Nebraska to the playoff in the first 3 years, his ass is grass. But that's where fans are now, and it's bewildering. I would argue, I don't think anybody was expecting playoffs in 3 years.
No.
I think the problem, though, was that, again, and I'm gonna pin a lot of the anger and a lot of the frustration on how everything played out starting last December after the bowl game to present. And that was, hey, year 3, we're good in year 3. We're always good in year 3. We're going to have a great year 3. It's going to be an awesome year 3, year 3, year 3, year 3. And that stuff and that noise was coming from within the house, not from outside the house.
Yeah, for sure.
And then year 3 landed like a fart in church. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration is coming from.
I do too, and I don't want
Not
to say
that the Nebraska Cornhuskers didn't play in the college football playoff.
I could not agree with you more, and I don't think that this is about because he said something about either firing him because I wanted to be like, I haven't said that, but then it's like, or thinks he's going to succeed, and I'm like, oh wait, that actually is me because I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to have that level of success at this moment in time or moving forward at all. I mean, I think part of a quick answer would be because you look outside and you see other teams having more success in a shorter amount of time, but you also see I almost have too big of an answer. So let's get back to the email before I hit on.
I'll finish up. He's talking about the structural changes that have happened to the sport, roster size, transfer portal, etc. So the coach is tasked with navigating the new landscape while also reviving a program that had been in a tailspin for the last decade. Again, I'm not here to defend everything about Rule, but there are so many more reasons in my mind to be encouraged by the overall stability of the program compared to where it has been.
So here's something
Al in Minneapolis.
Thank you, Al. Great email. I really enjoyed it, even though I'm going to disagree with some of the premise of it. I really enjoyed the email. I've been trying to kind of gather my feelings on everything because we've talked about it a little bit here and there. Stephen Godfrey, friend of the program, said something recently on Yahoo that I think maybe crystallized where my ultimate concerns lie at this moment in time. Because he was talking about Mike Gundy. He was talking about other coaches of this recent era of football and how, in a way, they were still trying to win in college football, doing things the old way. I don't care if you think NIL or the portal are stupid. I don't care. Like that, push that aside. You need coaches who know how to adapt and understand. And so, look at what Oklahoma State is trying to do, and look at what UCLA is trying to do. And then obviously Kurt Signetti is hanging over everything that is happening in college football right now, right? Those old school coaches, for whatever reason, have struggled. Mike Gundy was awesome for Oklahoma State. I mean, incredible. They were on the doorstep of playing for the national championship. This generation, this era of football. I know it's a little older. The playoff hasn't started yet. And then his time ended in an absolute mess. Does this program, I just wonder, John, if you're hiring in 2026, this is not to say fire anybody, but if you're hiring a coach in 2026, would the resume of a Matt Rule type, would that be what you wanted? Because I loved it in 2022, but was my mind stuck in 2015? Was my mindset of how do you build a good program? I don't care about pro success or lack thereof. I want a guy who can build a winner in college, who can recruit lesser ranked players, because you're going to have to do that here, and then develop them over time. But was that the type of coach that you should have hired a previous era, or at least 5 to 10 years earlier? Whereas now, what would you want? You would want a guy who comes in from a lower level and brings 15 to 20 of his players and infuses the program with a different mindset immediately and certainly isn't doing the slow build, because it just, in hindsight, 2023 feels like this like waste of why did you do it like that? You're going so slow for the purpose of being slow, but that's because you think there's going to be a good answer at the end. Low and slow. You cook barbecue low and slow because the reward is great. Can you do low and slow in college football anymore? I don't know.
Well, it's interesting you put it that way, because Troy Dannon earlier this week, this was quotes from a story in the Omaha World Herald. He said, if I were Matt's advisor when he got here, most coaches come in, completely gut it, and start over. And the rules allow you to do that today. And he didn't. He kept some coaches. The transition was more of a traditional transition from 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I probably would have advised him to do it differently. In hindsight, I think he probably should have done it differently. It was out of respect to the tradition and history to Nebraska that he didn't.
Mm-hmm. Think about how we talked about Deion Sanders. I know it annoyed the hell out of me, and I still don't like the tact. Now, things aren't going great. I didn't like the tact that he handled, pushing people out of the program. But you'd rather have that. Did I say something? Okay. Yeah, I'd rather have that. I'd rather have that kind of mindset, that kind of approach, bringing in players. Now, his was different, right? He didn't portal a ton of players from, where he was prior, whereas Signetti did. That's interesting, though. And he wasn't here, of course. Trev Alberts was. And Trev Alberts has a much different worldview than Troy Dannon seems to.
But the hindsight's always 20/20.
Absolutely, because at the time I viewed it as a positive. So I'm basically just being critical of my own old opinion.
Yeah, you were an idiot.
I seriously was like, this is great. This is what you want. But again, I do wonder if my brain was trapped in a different era of football. I mean, it was. Of course it was. Because for a variety of reasons, I thought, yeah, this can still work. The other thing, and I think I brought this up last month, he failed in the NFL. College football is way more like the NFL today than it was when he was in college. Like, that's a problem now. Because I said it for years. I didn't care that he failed in the NFL. That doesn't bother me because it doesn't have to. But college football is now like the NFL. If Nick Saban of the Dolphins came into this era of college football, I mean, he's still a great coach and he's still a great mind. He's still a great recruiter. But a lot of the benefits or a lot of the positives that he offered are different than this era asks for and that this era demands.
So to the question of 5-0, because a lot has been made of, well, the beginning of the schedule, boy, it really sets up nicely to go 5-0. I mean, look, it's Ohio, it's Bowling Green, it's North Dakota, and then go to Michigan State, first-year coach, or first-year their head coach, and then Maryland, 5-0. But the question, as it is said, is they could start 5-0, but have we asked the question, should they be a team that is 5-0 because of who they are? That they should be 5-0 against that schedule.
Yeah, not
if they've made progress.
That's the thing. It's not they should be 5-0 end statement. It is they should be 5-0 because it is year 4, and if you can't expect to be 5-0 against that schedule, and that is less about the other teams and more about looking inward, in my opinion, because I'm not picking them to go 5-0. I'm guessing you're not going to pick them to go 5-0. So hear what I'm saying. It's not they're Nebraska, but more, it's freaking year 4. Michigan State has a new coach. Maryland is a tire fire right now. That is a program that has taken massive step backs. If you can't be, and then you have Ohio, you have Bowling Green, and you have an FCS team. Who is in the top 10 of the way too early FCS top 25 that one FCS reporter put out today? Way early. They were number 7. So that's going to be a good FCS team that they're playing. But if you can't go 5-0 against that group in year 4, I mean, what are we talking about right now? It's just how you talk. It's just how you look at the situation.
Sure.
Again, I'm not going to pick them to.
To some degree, it's to Nebraska's detriment that they torched the Tennessee series. Because at least you'd have a bit. Well, it was Tennessee.
It was Tennessee.
But now you have set yourself up to where you have to start well. You have to start well.
The back half of the schedule is too difficult.
this easy run into the season. Yeah, it's easy by schedule. It's not going to be easy psychologically, especially considering where a lot of people's minds are with this program right now.
Steve emails in Equitable Bank inbox. Rule ceiling might be 8 wins, and I think Dannon may feel this may be the ceiling for Nebraska. Otherwise, I think Rule would be on a short leash. I think he's content with Rule. Dannon has a good track record of hiring solid coaches at his previous 2 stints. He has to be content with him. He gave him 2 extra years.
Well, yeah. I mean, we talk about Dannon didn't hire Matt Rule. Well, he really did. He did. The contract extension was a doubling down of the bet that Trev Alberts made.
Yeah. This was the first athletic director to ever enter into the program in my time covering the program that was not tasked with firing and hiring immediately.
Correct.
And then, yeah, you're right. He doubled
and then
down.
he went he went completely in the opposite direction. So while this wasn't Dannon's coach to begin with, it is Dannon's coach now, and Troy Dannon is tied to Matt Rule.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
And if this thing goes south, just like the other ADs who also left prior to their head coaches, probably the same thing will happen in this scenario.
And when you say go south, I don't think either of us are talking about 2026, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so don't expect anything like that to happen.
No. But yeah, so essentially Troy Dannon did hire Matt Rule.
You're right, yeah. Which is odd, but he did.
Here is Jerry on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Hello, Jerry.
Hi, Jer.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
One Beer Friday.
So I was I'm driving home. So my thought is this. Okay, so you guys are criticizing the year 3 thing, but I didn't hear a lot of criticism or discussion about how much the college football landscape has changed within that. The year 3 thing applies to Baylor and Temple, but that's much different landscape to what he's dealing with now at Nebraska. I don't think that's discussed much. I don't recall that being a topic of discussion. I think it's kind of unfair to then say, well, year 3. I know that you said the internal stuff. They left some wins out there, but I agree with that. I'm not a Rule defender, but I think he's got to have a little bit more of some credit because he's dealing with a lot of different things, right? You had the Raiola thing kind of fall in his lap. There's a lot of just stuff that now we're criticizing the no success in year 3, but then not recognizing that we have changing landscape in college football.
Well, yeah, but Jerry, he talked about it last year. We're not talking about like a 2022 narrative from him. He was talking about it like 6 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah, this was something that he was acknowledging and he was touting more so than just about anybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, now I guess my criticism, I guess, more for like you guys. Why didn't we take that approach and say, well, yeah, you can say this is, but like, why didn't I didn't hear a whole lot of like, probably 6-6, 7-5, just because like the landscape has changed so much. Like a lot of it, you know what I mean? Like, I think what was your guys' preseason?
8-4.
I said 7-5, Jerry. Like I actually thought that I didn't think the year 3 stuff was going to go through because the roster was so different and the landscape of college football changed. I actually think that John and I did that maybe more than anybody.
And for the record, I was pushing back at the whole year 3 narrative in year 1.
Yeah.
Because everyone was saying, well, this is the pattern. This is the pattern. I said, you can't just say because it was the pattern here and here doesn't mean it's going to be the pattern here. So I've kind of always been an anti, let's not get too crazy about year 3.
Yes, I agree. I don't know. I just felt like we're talking about year 3, him not having the success, but then not recognizing the fact how much it's changed. I don't know. That's where I was conflicted at,
Okay.
No, yeah. Thanks for the call, Jerry. I mean, certainly I'm going to ask for a pat on the back. I think we hit on it really, really well. Whenever you and I talked about it or whenever I wrote about it, I always tried to look at similarities and are any of those things applicable to today or applicable to today? And the answer that I ultimately came up with in July and in August, after talking to Temple people, after talking to Baylor people, was the answer is actually no. It is not applicable anymore. And I think that showed itself to be the case. Jeff emails in. The Rule Year 3 success talk was flawed from the beginning because the pattern was built pre-NIL and pre-portal. Agree 100% with the need to embrace a new mindset and program building. A slow build from the bottom up is a thing of the past. Don't build it, buy it. Love the question Josh posed. Would you hire Rule's resume in 2026? Not sure I would. I believe Coach can adapt, but it's going to be a big philosophy shift. Look, I mean, They're certainly going to go down swinging. I know you don't like that there are a million assistant coaches, but I certainly think he's trying to do that because he thinks it can be a positive. He is shifting the defense in a way that I hope can be a positive. I love Rob Orch's resume. If he has the keys.
If he has the keys.
Yeah.
One of the biggest flaws that Matt Rule has is he puts his fingers into every pot.
Yep.
And while, there are some people that have to work that way where they're into all the minute details, but very few of them succeed.
Mm-hmm.
That is a strategy that very rarely succeeds when you are a CEO and you're meddling in everything. And I'm talking everything. Sure.
Social media.
What you want.
Contract extension announcements.
You want your message and your example and the guideposts and the guidelines that you set to then be passed down to your lieutenants who then pass it down to everybody else. That's what you ultimately want. But if you have to actually get down there and work with the underlings to make that work, it usually isn't a recipe for success. And that's why I'm concerned about the number of coaches.
Because you still basically think he's going to be the guy that's in charge and doing stuff?
Exactly. It's not about the number of coaches you have. It's about the quality of coaches that you have.
Baymont hits it. I've said it before. There's a fine line between being detail-oriented and a micromanager.
Yeah.
And I've never known a micromanager to succeed.
I don't know many micromanagers that do succeed.
Yeah.
I really don't. And I think that's one area philosophically. We talk about all these things that Matt Rule's got to adjust to in the new age. That's, I think, that's maybe the most important thing is to pull back on his want to micromanage.
Brian says you guys
let Rob Orridge cook.
Nice.
You lost 2 defensive coordinators because one, too many cooks, and the other one, we got to keep the old system. Go ahead and you can call the plays, but we got to keep the old system. No, you let the guy cook.
Brian says, you guys talk in circles and argue about this year 3 thing. What the hell do you want them to do? I don't think we ever talk in circles with the year 3 stuff. I think we've been very
talking circles.
I don't know. I think you and I have been very consistent. What do I want them to do? Get better players, get better coaches, coach better, win games.
No,
stop calling bad timeouts in the middle of games. Make better decisions. Don't go for it on 4th down every single time. Kick some field goals from time to time. I don't know. We talked about it all year.
I don't think the only reason I brought up year 3 is
bring in a running back.
The reason I bring up year 3 is I think that's where a lot of the frustration is coming from.
Yeah.
Because people were promised something by the head coach that this is what we do and this is how you know my system is working, and then it didn't happen and people are like, this system's not working.
Mm-hmm. Again, to go back to the barbecue analogy, low and slow, if year 3 would have been the breakthrough, you would have said years 1 and 2 are worth it. It was a bummer. It wasn't always fun, but it was worth it.
Mm-hmm.
When you don't get the reward, you look back and you get even more frustrated.
Sure you do.
David texts in, Mr. H was a notorious micromanager too. Also a notorious micro.
Ever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the over. I guess we already hit the under though.
Speaking of going for it on 4th down.
Oh, okay. I was like, speaking of.
We have rather interesting matchup in Bowl 60.
Yes, we do.
Between a coach who believes in going for it a lot versus a coach who's willing to take the points. And a very noted former Super Bowl coach had some thoughts on that.
Jimmy Johnson?
No.
Oh.
A much more palatable coach. Sadly, not as successful in the Super Bowl as Jimmy Johnson, but far more palatable as a person.
Mike Martz. Oh, wait, he never won a Super Bowl.
Mike Martz never won a Super Bowl.
that guy would have loved going for it on 4th down. He was probably aggressive, wasn't he?
Stay tuned.
Oh, it's actually Mike Martz? Oh, my gosh.
16-20 to zone.
By the way, people keep asking. No, you did not miss Kent Walgamot. He'll be back next week. He was unable to join us today.
Yeah, I had to deal with some family stuff, and he will be joining us next week, and we will review The Sting. So that gives you an extra 7 days to find it on Netflix and watch it for yourself.
And it doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon because there was nothing on there when I watched it last night that said leaving soon.
True.
And I have Nick's pick already for next week. All I know is that this movie is weird. So
good. Okay, there's real actors in it. I think you'll like it based off the actors.
I don't care who the actors are.
The
I just
actor?
don't.
Who's his vice president?
Done with these weird
Jerry Lewis?
movies. Sunday Super 60.
No,
or
Bowl 60.
Super 60 sounds good too.
I don't know if we could say that though in ads because the word super is
Bowl
there.
60.
Yeah.
Could prove to be quite the battle between the analytics side and the old school side. The Seahawks are more of the old school side. Take the points.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Mike Vrabel and the Patriots are more the analytical side. This past season, teams opted to go for it on nearly 34% of fourth down opportunities in opponent territory. Highest rate of any season this century.
Does it have the second highest? I would love to know what that number, like how big.
I don't have the second
How big
highest.
of an uptick are we talking about here?
I don't have the second highest.
Wow, that's crazy.
But, and it was funny, you mentioned his name.
Yeah, I was just joking.
But Mike
Martz. That dude was aggressive as hell back then.
The author of The Greatest Show on Turf.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, there's a stupidity to where the numbers take over, and it's insane. It shouldn't be that way. It's always about people. It will always be about people. And again, this is a guy who was ahead of his time in terms of offensive strategy.
He threw the ball a lot. He threw the ball a ton.
But
I love ball go far.
Analytics has gotten way too big of a bite with what's happening in football, and it's unjustified because whether you go for it or not, those numbers are based on other teams with different people, different plays, different play calling against different defenses. The only commonality between the two situations is 4th and 1. So he is a guy that's like, no, this is ridiculous. You can't just have a blanket policy. And you see it all the time. You'll see it on Sunday. You know, we'll have a 4th and 3 from the 43-yard line. And there'll be the little graphic. NBC True Analytics says, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Or ESPN Analytics says, go for it. But, and I tend to agree with Coach Martz, not just because he used to be our offensive coordinator and head coach, but it's true. Not every 4th and 1 is created equal. Not every 4th down situation is created equal. And sometimes I sense that there has, and it seems like it's been really amplified in the postseason. There has just been this blind analytics says we must go, when there's a lot of different variables at play, like game flow.
So here's where I disagree entirely. I don't think that the coaches are always making it because it's analytically sound. Like I think of Ben Johnson in the Bears-Packers game. Now, they came back and won that game. But do you remember that 4th down that they went for in their own territory when they were down early in the game? That, in my opinion, was not analytics. That was emotion. I think he let emotion take over, and he made an unsound decision with that. I do not think that that was the proper play. And I think the math showed it. They put on the screen like, he shouldn't be going for it. What's he doing?
Mm-hmm.
I think he allowed for the situation, for the opponent, for who the other coach is, for his hatred of Green Bay. I think he let all of that get to him. And I think that that happens more than Mike Martz thinks that it does.
I don't. I mean, I don't disagree with you on that premise. I don't know if it's emotion based. I mean, Ben Johnson's a pretty emotional coach.
I thought was way emotional.
I think there's been there. I mean, the Denver one is just one that stands out to me as just being an all-time incredibly dumb decision because you're playing with a backup quarterback. You've got
100%.
You have a chance to take a 2-score lead.
Yep.
Sure, it's only the second quarter,
mm-hmm.
but you got a chance to take a 2-score lead. Your defense has been playing lights out, and you let them off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
You let them off the hook. Here's some interesting stats for you. As recently as 2020, Teams went for it on fourth down 159 times in the red zone and converted 51%. The average line to gain was 2.4 yards away.
Say that again.
As recently as 2020, teams went for it on fourth down 159 times in the red zone, converted them 51% of the time, average line to gain 2.4 yards.
Okay.
This season,
They went for it more, and the line to gain was way higher, wasn't it?
This season, the line to gain was 2.7 yards away.
Okay.
Yet teams went for it 237 times
Big uptick.
versus 159 times and converted on 57% of the attempts.
So they went for it more.
They went for it more.
And they got it
converted,
more.
They converted more by percentage, and it was from further away. But back in the season where the Rams won the Super Bowl with Martz as the offensive
Do they have
coordinator,
that number? What does that look like?
teams went for it on fourth down in the red zone just 92 times.
Do they have the conversion number?
Does not have the conversion number.
Rats. Very interesting.
The Patriots were better than everyone when they chose to do it this year. They converted 83% of the time. The Seahawks went for it in the red zone less than any other football team this year, only twice.
See, and you
They
know
have
why?
kicked 19 red zone field goals. That's tied for the league lead.
Because they have that great defense on the other side of the field. They knew that they didn't have to. Dallas had to go for it on fourth down more, and oddly enough, they didn't always do it as much as they would have wanted to because they didn't have a defense. Seahawks, they can be conservative, and I wouldn't even say they're being conservative. They're being smart because they know what's on the other side of the field. You know, they know what they got behind them, and that's why I think McDonald, is able to make a decision that other teams don't have to. You know what's so funny about this too, and you and I talked about it a little bit last week. I couldn't believe Rams go for it on fourth down twice at the end of the game. They get one, they miss the other one. I don't have an issue with that. I couldn't believe they didn't go for two on either of the touchdowns that they scored in the second half. That was the part that I was baffled by.
I was too.
Difference between 4 and a 5-point margin doesn't matter for me versus being down 3 is huge.
Yeah.
Because they didn't kick a field goal to
No,
tie it.
I was surprised too.
And so, that's the other thing about all this where it's like, the understanding of down, distance, time, place, what you have on the other side of the ball, but points and where you are in terms of scoring, That's why of all the advantages that I think Seattle has, I do like that the Patriots have Mike Vrabel because that dude, forget about whether or not he's going to go for it. That dude manages the clock. I mean, better than anyone this side of Belichick, He did that thing a couple years ago in the playoffs where he's trolling them they basically got 2 minutes to go off the clock without taking a snap, late in that game in the playoffs in the 2019 season because he knows the rules. He knows the things that Belichick taught him, And so if anything squirrely happens in this game, it could benefit the Patriots.
Coming up, we'll do a shortened edition of content. Then we have predictions. Then the Super Friends Roundtable will start at about 5:20 this afternoon.
Lovely. It's here. It's still here.
It's still here.
Look at that.
It's still here.
Awesome.
So, and a One Beer Friday.
All
in that time.
16:20
the zone.
notebook, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, before One Beer Friday and predictions, where we will tell you who's going to win this Bowl 60. Nick?
Something that John weirdly hasn't even brought up much today. Matthew Stafford won the MVP last night and brought his 4 little girls on stage with him to accept the award.
Beautiful daughters who I'm lucky enough to be sharing the stage with. Give it up for them, huh? Chandler, Sawyer, Hunter, Tyler. I'm so happy to be able to teach the blessings and the lessons of this game to you guys, through you guys. You're unbelievable cheerleaders for me. I appreciate it. I am so happy to have you at the games on the sideline with me, and I can't wait for you to cheer me on next year when we're out there kicking ass.
Yeah!
And, so I'll see you guys next year. Hopefully I'm not at this event, and we're getting ready for another game in SoFi. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah! It's the boy. He's back. That's why the winner on Sunday, all you're doing is keeping the trophy warm for next year's champions.
I'm a little worried that his back is going to break next season.
Yeah, just like we were in the end of the summer. And what happened?
He didn't make the Super Bowl.
MVP. The only real trophy that mattered this year.
Interesting. The John that I used to know didn't care about individual awards. He was the guy that cared about the team.
I do.
Didn't care about the eye.
The team helped him win the award.
Interesting. I'm happy for you, John.
I'm thrilled that he's coming back.
I bet you are. It'd be a real shame if his back exploded.
But it's not going to.
You don't know that. You can't guarantee that.
No.
Have you ever
I
been
can't
tackled by a professional football player before?
No. Have you?
No, which is why I'm not going to guarantee that he's going to be fine.
Can you believe he said the word ass in front of those little girls?
Come on, John. That is unreal. I would never say a cuss
That's very
word.
uncouth.
Yep. Jerry Couth?
Oh. NFL honors and Hall of Fame class of 2026 were announced last night. We've already hit on some of it over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, and a couple seconds.
Does anything else stand out?
I ended up watching every video of the Hall of Fame news. You have, I imagine, the photo in here somewhere of Roger Craig, which was very funny. I love those videos. My favorite, I don't know, did you watch all of them as well? The players learning?
I only watched the Roger Craig one.
The Larry Fitzgerald one was so cool because it was Randy Moss who told him the news. And Larry Fitzgerald famously, his dad covered the Vikings. And so Larry Fitzgerald was a ball boy on those late 90s, early 2000s teams. And he hung around him a lot. And just like Randy was like, you know why I'm here. And he gave him a big hug. And it was just so special. Also, not to be dour for a moment, the Luke Kuechly one, just, man, his eyes are just so glassy. It just makes me sad because that dude, his career had to come to such a screeching halt, and he was so good for such a short amount of time. Roger Craig's was very funny, though. Good for you, Raj.
Former teammate of Tom Brady and Patriot Vince Wilfork, or is it Wilfolk?
Wilfork. You just call it Wilfork.
Or is it Wilfolk?
No,
nice.
Wilfork.
I get it, Nick.
Is calling out his former QB for not taking a stand for New England in the Super Bowl. At the end of the day, if you're a Patriot for life, you know what it is, Wilfork said. Don't give me that political bull crap. That's just what it is. If you don't think we're going to win, just pick Seattle then. Don't straddle the fence. Who's in the right here?
I mean, Brady is trying to play it down the middle because he is an announcer and a team executive.
Yep. He has to be unbiased and also root for the Raiders at the same time.
Though we've heard other guys, I mean,
it's allowed more than ever that you can just be a fan of whoever. People don't care anymore.
It is, but you know what's funny? When you look at the main announce crews, you don't hear Romo going crazy on the Cowboys. You don't hear Chris Collinsworth, yucking it up for the Bengals.
Nope.
You don't hear Greg Olsen being, Mr. Carolina Panther.
Mm-hmm.
So while, yes, it does seem to be, it's probably that way on studio shows.
Definitely.
Where the analysts are like, hey, here's my team. I'm rooting for my team. But if you're a game analyst,
it's less so.
It's less so. So I certainly understand that.
What do you think of my theory that he doesn't want him to win because he doesn't want the shine to be taken off of his legacy?
Or maybe he's finally seen the light and realizes no one in their right mind should ever root for the New England Patriots.
Like, in a way, like, would Michael Irvin like the Cowboys to win another Super Bowl? Of course he would. He likes the Cowboys. On the other hand, like, the longer they go without having any success, the larger in stature that run grows. Same with the Bears of 85.
But Michael Irvin's one of the biggest homers
I know
out there.
But I mean,
so
he's probably like, you know what? Our team was better than any other Cowboys team.
1 week after tearing an ACL, Lindsey Vonn completed her training run at the Winter Olympics. She'll be competing for a medal this weekend. Will you watch her go?
She also was doing squats. Did you see that video? Ridiculous.
She's a superwoman.
If I am near the TV and her event is happening at that time, sure, of course.
Well, Josh, it's interesting that you mentioned that because we have done the work for you.
Are you going to put a schedule graphic up on the Grum?
No, but I'm going to tell you.
Okay, what time does she
the
ski?
Women's downhill, you will be able to see live. I assume this is the live time, 4:30 a.m.
Oh no, I will
on
not
USA.
Watch it. Nope, I won't watch.
Or it looks like NBC will have it starting at 8:20 Sunday morning.
I will be up at 8:20 on 8:20 Central
So
time.
I'm assuming that the USA coverage is live and the NBC coverage is delayed. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. But that's what the official schedule says. So there you go. You can watch at 8:20 on WOWT or your local NBC.
Are you going to watch?
If I remember.
You remember. Just wake up every day and turn on NBC.
This is an impressive.
Just never
woman,
turn
man.
off Peacock. Just have it on all the time.
She's a fellow old like me.
She is old.
Wow, you can't talk about a woman's age.
We just did.
Well,
What's wrong with you guys?
She's 41.
That is uncouth.
That's kind of part of the story.
That's un-Jerry Couth.
That and the fact that she's basically got one destroyed knee and one rebuilt knee.
Pretty crazy.
We can rebuild her.
Nice, Nick.
The PGA Tour and other sports entities are nervously deciding if they need to renegotiate their media rights deals before the NFL opens their early opt-out clauses in 2029 and 2030. I mentioned the PGA until NFL opens, and I'm like, wait, what? Open? What?
That's our new golf tournament, the NFL Open.
Could we see some sports get squeezed out or settle for less because the NFL wants more and 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 more?
Could we be entering, John, the
and more
media rights bubble that has been so long promised but has not come into existence just yet? Could we finally be getting there?
Well, it would only because it's forced by the NFL.
That's what I'm saying, but it's still, if it's going to happen, might have to happen this way.
Some of the executives at Fox have been talking about, I can't remember the business speak that they use, but it's essentially acknowledging
fast track
that we need to downsize our portfolio so that we can afford to keep the NFL because that's by far the most important thing that we air.
Mm-hmm.
It would not surprise me if we see a lot more sports end up on streamers, or getting less money because of the NFL.
And so I hope that you have been budgeting properly. Sports.
Yeah.
We might see Creighton on all sorts of different networks moving
We're already seeing them on a lot of different networks.
Get ready to learn even more networks,
Fox,
buddy.
Peacock, TNT.
Bravo, maybe soon.
Bravo. I forgot about Bravo.
Yeah, well, you might have to get a
Nobody forgets about Bravo.
The LA Bowl is canceled.
What?
5 years down the drain. Do you have any favorite memories from the LA Bowl?
I mean, I guess it is kind of appropriate that the bowl that used to be sponsored by Jimmy Kimmel has now been canceled.
Ha!
Wow.
Did Trump take this one away too? I don't think I ever watched an LA Bowl.
No, I didn't. That's because most of the time it was on the week right after the conference championship games.
It was way too early. It was like Army Navy into the LA Bowl.
So how did they get out of their timeshare? That's hard.
Ha! Whose house?
Timeshare.
Whose house? Super Bowl 61
Verbo.
Champions house.
Finally,
forget
what's for dinner, guys. What's for Super Bowl dinner?
Oh,
I have no idea.
Are you making your burnt wings, your crispy blackened wings?
I have no idea.
Gross ass wings.
You've never had them, so you have no idea.
You sent pictures one time, I think. Maybe not.
You like charred wings. John likes charcoal wings.
I think we're doing burgers on the flat top. I believe she's also going to make homemade nachos.
Ooh.
Like she's going to make the chips and then, I don't know, chips and dip and probably a beer or two.
Nice.
Well,
What about you,
speaking
Nick?
of a beer or two,
Oh, well,
it's almost one beer Friday.
Nick's not allowed to have it.
I'm not eating, I guess, for the Super Bowl.
What are you having, Nick?
Yeah,
cheese and meat and crackers.
Your Super Bowl dinner sucks.
That's all I need. And
Boy
a bowl
dinner.
of pretzels.
Boy dinner. Come on, Nick.
Boy dinner for
That's what we
boy
waited
sport.
for?
Yeah, good. Maybe we could have just gone to break.
Well, coming up next, it's One Beer Friday, and it is predictions time.
Let's do it.
On 1620 The Zone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Bump, 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 bump.
Eins, zwei, drei!
The official beer of John's teacher.
Eins, Bier, Freitag. Or would they call it Bier Eins Freitag? Because, they flip the numbers over there.
Do they do it over there, too?
January 1st, it's 1 January.
There's a lot of countries that just kind of flip it.
I think we're the weird ones in this regard.
No, we're normal.
You're going to say they don't use miles next. Or Fahrenheit.
Okay, now, distance stuff is what it is. Fahrenheit is the proper way to describe temperature.
Fahrenheit,
we have all discussed this.
Is the most accurate.
Because what are you listening to over there, John? Oh, say it again.
Let's see if this will pick up.
Ein Bier am Freitag.
Ein Bier am Freitag.
But if you're like,
who is this man?
Can you do the Celsius stuff? You definitely can't do the Celsius math in your head. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah,
Risk can. But like a 90-degree day, I'll just Google it real fast.
It's stupid.
It's like 20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah. That's not.
It's not normal.
If it's a high number, it should feel like it's a high number outside.
Yeah, let's see. So that's 32 degrees Celsius. Exactly. Oh man, it's 32. That doesn't sound hot,
right?
But 90 does.
Like the one thing I kind of understand is 0 is R32.
I
right?
do understand.
I get that,
but we nail it the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm.
One Beer Friday.
One Beer Friday. In honor of Josh reading German books now.
It will be here shortly, I hope.
I decided when I went to the store last night. By the way, the old style was on sale. That was nice. Germany. This is Germany's #1 distributed. I always have a problem when I see that word. Distributed.
Yeah.
Distributed wheat beer. It's
fun.
It's Erdinger Weissbrau from Germany.
You know what's so funny? The book that I am going to be reading when I get it, published in 1951.
Is it about a struggle?
Well, no, it's not, John. It's titled Effinger.
Is it your struggle to tell?
No, John. So wow, look at that. It's pretty close. Maybe when I read the book, I'll have this beer. This is a tasty beer.
It is a tasty beer. I like this.
Yeah, this is a
good job by you,
beer.
John.
This is the.
I thought you said good job, Germany.
No, I would never say. Well, I mean, with this beer, and they've turned themselves around.
Yeah,
they really have.
This is private brewery since 1886.
Yikes. Let's not ask them what they were doing at various moments.
You think You think Kaiser Wilhelm liked this beer?
Let's not ask what they were doing.
Probably
about 90 years ago. Let's not do that.
If you'd like to share what you're drinking, maybe it's the beer you've already purchased for Bowl 60. Send us a pic, and we'll retweet it from the Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
I just did so for a couple. Old Man Doug is drinking some brews today.
Yeah.
Shout out to Old Man Doug. Let's see. I think El Scorcho. No, Platt Cat. He had a Yingling over in Iowa. Drinking a Yingling at 3:59.
Nice.
And we know Matt McMaster is at Shucks probably having a beer right now too.
And an oyster.
Drinking.
Coming up, Jack Mitchell's going to join us a little bit earlier than normal for the Super Friends Roundtable. So with that said, it is time for the final week of this round of predictions.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
It has been a good round for Josh, which is rare to say because He has struggled mightily in predictions over the years.
Speaking of struggles.
But will he go the way of holding on to his lead, or will his predictions go the way of famous struggle from back in the day where off to a good start,
end up in Brazil, South America.
End up in South America.
I hope not.
Nick has to make
the
up.
Cowboys are playing there, though.
Nick has to make up 4 points.
That's not that many, man. That is not that many. I do not feel comfortable.
4 is a lot. I've always said this.
We should have done a blind. We should have all written ours down so we couldn't change, so we couldn't gamify this at all.
It's all right.
It's part of the game, Josh.
I don't want Nick to cheat, is what I'm worried about here.
Well, that's why we will make sure that you guys alternate who goes ahead of the other.
Okay. And meanwhile, nobody cares about John.
It's interesting how this one always comes down to us.
Well,
it never comes down to you guys.
So 2 years ago, it didn't come down to us in terms of winning. It came down to us in terms of facial hair.
Correct.
Because we were tied, if I remember right. Yeah. And I do think we ended up sending you all of our picks because there was or maybe we just found out.
No, that was a blind one.
There was 6 picks that we were off on, and those were going to decide what happened. And Nick whooped my ass. Sad. And then I didn't have facial hair.
But we saw Josh's giant teeth.
Big, beautiful teeth.
Tonight, we got a huge matchup on Friday Night Hoops.
Whoa, what is this?
UConn, who is undefeated in the Big East, taking on St. John's at Madison Square Garden. The Johnnies have only lost once in Big East play. The Huskies are a 1.5-point favorite. I will take UConn. Josh, we will alternate who goes first between you two. So
I was wondering why Illinois Michigan State wasn't on Friday. I never looked to see who was actually playing tonight. This makes more sense. I'm going with you. Give me the Huskies. Welcome to the Big East, St. John's.
I will also take the Huskies.
Okay, so you're not willing to.
I was going to pick the Huskies before then.
Okay.
You love dogs.
Tonight, the Murray
noise.
State Jacers are a 1.5-point favorite at Southern Illinois.
What is this doing here?
It's a basketball game.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Murray State. So, Nick.
Friend of the slice, Murray State.
Sure. I don't care. Yeah, Murray State. I'm not willing to go on a limb with this game.
This weekend, the Dickie V Invitational. Duke is, according to Bart, a 2.5-point favorite at North Carolina.
I was going to say, we might start having lines for some of these games if you want to adjust it all. Is this a tomorrow night game?
This is a tomorrow night game.
All right. If you want to adjust it, we do. It is 5.5. Woo-wee.
Duke by 5.5. I'll take North Carolina.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a lot of points. Give me the Tar Heels.
Nick, are you looking to make up a point here?
I'll take Duke.
He's taking Duke. All right, we have one difference. Illinois, Michigan State.
I have a line for this one.
It is?
Michigan State minus 1.5.
So Illinois plus 1.5. I will go with Illinois.
Nick's going first here?
Yes.
Illinois.
Damn it. I'm going Illinois as well. I think.
Wow, Josh playing defense. Houston and BYU. I don't remember if this is a Saturday. I think this is a Saturday game. Houston, BYU.
Do you want? I can look real fast.
If you have, I've got Houston by 4.5.
Houston minus 1.5.
Okay.
So the Bart line likes it 4.5.
Yes.
I ride. Oh wait, is it my turn first? Oh, well.
Yes.
I ride with Houston.
You're gonna go with Houston.
I ride with Bart. Bart
Nick.
Torvik.
Houston.
Wow, only one pick that has been different so far. Yeah, screw it. I'll go with BYU.
Okay.
Tonight, the Knicks are at the Pistons. Knicks minus 1.5. I'm taking Detroit.
I know what Nick's doing here.
You're right.
Vroom, vroom.
I'm going to pick the Knicks.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay, we're on the opposite side then. Give me Detroit.
Okay, so another difference. Olympic women's hockey.
This is an actual line, right?
This is an actual line.
This isn't hockey Bart?
This is not hockey Bart.
I love hockey.
The U.S. women are a 5.5 goal favorite over Finland. Screw it. I'm taking the Finns.
Fins up.
You hater.
It's 5.5 goals.
That's a lot of goals.
Finland might get a backdoor cover by scoring 3 goals in the last period.
USA.
USA.
Okay,
America
so-
first, Nick. America 250.
I
Nick.
support women. American women.
all
Your
right.
love of women outweighs your hate of America. Understandable.
So there's a golf event going on here.
Yes, there is. Oh, of course, classic John didn't include the link to give us the up-to-the-minute odds. One of my best pals is at this golf tournament. This is the Waste Management Open. This is the one with the unruly Gen Zers yelling curse words and slurs.
Well, they're yelling a lot of Japanese slurs right now because
No, don't do that.
Because there's a pair of Japanese golfers who are tied for first right now. With that said, I'm going to go with got her up.
Got her up.
Got her up.
Whose turn is it first here?
Nick's turn, I think.
I am sorry, I'm coordinating. I'm gonna go with the same. I don't have the link open. I'm sorry.
Okay, I will go with Matsuyama.
Matsuyama.
That's what they're saying right now in Arizona, in that exact tone. I like how we had some non-college basketball sports, and now we go back to college hoops. I like how we break this up.
Well, but these are the local teams now. Do we have a line on Nebraska Rutgers?
We do. It is way lower than the Bart line. The Bart line is
14.5.
Show me the Bart line.
Maybe we don't. Okay, never mind. I thought that I saw one on the internet earlier. Apparently we don't. So I guess we're staying at 14.5.
Nebraska by 14.5 against the Rutgers. I'm going with Nebraska.
I will also take Nebraska.
That is a lot of points. I'm going to be strategic and take Nebraska.
Wow. Rink Mast over under 13.5 points.
I am going to be bullish on Rink. He finally has a good game again. Over.
Rink has been a little rank the last couple of games, but I will take the over.
Boy, you guys are matching too much. Creighton and Seton Hall tomorrow. Bart has it as Jays by 2.
I cannot imagine if we don't have the Nebraska line. Why would we have the Creighton line? Yeah, we do not.
As the official radio engineer of Seton Hall this weekend, I'm not going to pick against Seton Hall.
Creighton stinks. I'm going with the Pirates. John,
you guys,
they do.
you
You don't have to fight back. Just ignore us and move on.
Idiots. They're bad. Yeah, Seton Hall has no offense either.
Yeah, Creighton has no anything right now.
Omaha and North Dakota State.
Okay, we definitely don't have this line, right? When is this game?
Bart says 10.5. Omaha plus 10.5.
Too many points for Omaha. Give me Omaha. Can you listen to that on Yacht Rock?
1180.
Or on Santa Baby? Or is it on Coil? Or is it on The Zone?
There is no Santa Baby anymore.
It's not on the zone. It's either on Coil or
Probably on
Yacht Rock.
Probably on Yacht Rock.
I'll take Omaha.
Again, you guys are matching. Nick, you're not going to gain any ground.
But Josh won't either.
He doesn't have ground he has to gain. You have to gain the ground. He's leading right now.
It'll be fine.
You are
It's all going according to plan, John.
Sure it is. Heads or tails in the Super Bowl?
Heads. No tails. Heads.
Tails. I think Tails has won like 9 out of the last 12 coin tosses.
The largest lead in the game, over or under 14.5 points.
Over.
Over.
I'll go under. Wow. Sam Darnold, 8.5 passing yards versus Drake May. So Darnold is favored by 8.5.
Oh, wait, Nick's first.
Darnold.
Same.
You're not going to win, Nick, if you keep matching
He
him.
went first this time.
I went first that time.
I was going to
John.
take Sam Darnold for the
What,
record.
do you want me to purposely not pick? You want me to pick Drake May there? What are you doing?
John's probably going to take Drake May.
No, I'm taking Darnold.
Okay.
I'm not in the contention here. Drake May rushing yards over under 38.5.
It's his turn.
I'm going to go over.
I was too. I was going to do it, though.
You're just handing it to him.
What do you want me to do? This is what I honestly think. I'm trying to get points.
JSN receiving yards over under 93.5.
Over.
Over.
You're not going to win.
John, if I'm right and it's over, then I still get a point. If I'm not right, then I lose a point, and then I have no hope of gaining on Josh.
But you have no hope right now because you've literally only differed with him on 3 picks.
It'll be fine, John.
What do we got next, John?
Who scores the first touchdown?
Now, this is
I look forward to you guys copying each other on this, too.
It's the first touchdown of the whole game.
This is the first touchdown of the game.
Nick, do you want me to give you some options here? Because I can list off players. Kenneth Walker, JSN, Ramondre Stevenson, AJ Barner, Stephon Diggs, Hunter Henry, Cooper Kupp, Drake May, Kayshon Boutte, Rashid Shaheed, Matt Collins, Travion Henderson, Seattle's defense, New England's defense.
Give me Diggs.
I'm going to go with Stephon. Just kidding. I'm going to just be boring. I'm going to go with JSN.
I'm going to go Kenneth Walker. Speaking of Kenneth Walker, over under rushing yards, 74.5.
Over.
Under. There.
Wow. Josh is actually trying to do you a favor.
I know.
I'm taking the over. Who will be the Super Bowl MVP?
The favorite is Sam Darnold, plus 115. The next is Drake May, plus 230. JSN, plus 550. Kenneth Walker, plus 850. And then it's Ramondre Stevenson, 30-1. Diggs, 45-1. And so, I mean, if you want to take a flyer on somebody, have at it.
JSN.
I mean, honestly, he is my pick. I will go with JSN as well. I think that if the Seahawks win, they're going
What do you want us to do?
I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker.
Okay. Interesting. Watch, it's not going to be Darnold.
Now for the game. Patriots plus 4.5. Total of 45.5 versus the Seattle Seahawks. There's a part of me that's been thinking that that New England is going to be another one of those fluky teams of fate.
All week long, I've been thinking that you were going to pick them to win, but today you're talking, and I think you're expecting a blowout.
But if you look at the numbers, if you look at the matchup, New England has no business winning this game. Again, Drake May is going to have to play a great game. Darnold does not have to play a great game to win. Seattle has a better defense. Mm-hmm. Seattle has better special teams. Mm-hmm. Seattle has better playmakers. Mm-hmm. I'm going Seattle 27, New England 17.
So you are going a tiny under, right? 27-17, tiny under. Mm-hmm. Seattle's a better team. I think that they are going to win comfortably. It would not surprise me if the last score by the Patriots is one that makes it look closer than it actually was. The number I've had in my head all week is 34-17, so I will stick with it. Seattle 34-17. So I will go over, and I will go Seattle.
By all accounts, Seattle is the actual best team. Like they should win. That being said, it's the 250th anniversary of America as a country. A team called the Patriots are in the Super Bowl? That's a little stinky, isn't it? I'm going to pick the Patriots to win, but it's going to be close because they have to make it look good. 21-17. New England.
So there you go.
So
there was this two.
Finally, we have a difference between you two. So Nick's got 21-17 in favor of New England.
If the Patriots win, I would start thinking about things.
Interesting.
Well, what things?
The implications of things.
The implications of things?
How convenient would it be, John, if the Patriots won the Super Bowl on the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country?
Can't wait to find out what we do for the 100th year anniversary of World War II. Or December 7th, 1941.
Well, that'll be Berlin winning the...
the new Berlin NFL team.
Yeah, probably.
We didn't talk yesterday about the Rams playing in Australia next year.
Boy. Oh, if I can watch an F1 race at 2 a.m., you can watch a 7 p.m. Australian football game.
It's not going to be that. It's going to be normal in America.
The problem is you're moving a division game.
Isn't it your home game, too?
You're moving a
I'm
Rams
saying 7 p.m. our time.
49ers game to Australia.
Australians like footy.
There should be a rule that the foreign games are never division games.
Foreign? Interesting.
Well, they are. That
I
is
agree
a
with you.
foreign country.
Do we know when this will be? It has to be week 1, right? They have to get this out of the way.
It's probably week 0. It's probably before the season starts because you're flying halfway around the world.
Right now at 5:13,
God, I hate Roger
it
Goodell.
is 10:13 a.m. So this will definitely be a Sunday night football game here, or a Monday night game here, or I guess the Friday night game here if they do that, and it'll be a nooner over there.
Yeah, I can see it being Sunday night. That's fine. That's a very normal time for a football game for here.
No, that's not the issue, Nick. The issue is that it's a division game, which is huge, and that their body clock is going to be absolutely trash.
It'll be fine.
There you go.
I guess the sport I like the best is just has tougher people who are better at dealing with time differences.
That's predictions for football. This is the last football Friday for many months until we get to that week in August when I say preseason is here and you get mad at me. Can't wait.
You
Because
excited
no
to
one
have?
cares about preseason.
I do.
You excited to start having baseball Fridays?
Oh my gosh!
We're gonna have baseball picks. Yeah,
it's gonna soon be Blackout Friday for me. I don't have to deal with baseball. Just kidding. I love baseball.
Well, coming up next, Jack Mitchell will join us, and it'll be the Super Friends Roundtable. But John and Josh here to tell you about Underdog. The big game is coming up this weekend, and if you would like to make things a little more interesting, because I know some of you are like, these two teams, I don't really care. But you can care by picking some of those players off of said teams and determining, as we just did, whether they go higher or lower on things like rushing yards, receiving yards, passing yards, touchdowns. All kinds of different options. You can win many times your money. You can watch for profit boosts as well. And did I mention that when you download the Underdog app, you don't have to go to another state? You can do it right here in Nebraska and play along as we have all football season.
John, the last game is almost 48 hours away. Think of all of the picks that we just made, higher or lower on a variety of stats. JSN, Walker, Kenneth Walker, Drake May, Sam Darnold, and more. All of that available right now for you on the Underdog app. Download it, put in our promo code 1620 the zone, score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5, and make picks, win money, because that's what you can do on Underdog. Again, the promo code 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
fall to the lower 20s with increasing cloud cover, and look for partly cloudy skies with highs near 50 degrees and a breezy south wind on your Saturday. From the 10-11 Severe Weather Center,
it's a little earlier today, but that's okay. It's time for the Super Friends Roundtable. Joining us from KLIN in Lincoln. Hey there, Jack Mitchell.
Hello. You know, I was describing the great relationship we've got as stations, and I trying to come up with a familiar relationship, and it is the Super Friends, and so I said you're our friend station.
We were trying to figure out earlier how to describe this too.
Yeah, you're not our sister station anymore.
Friends anymore, just friends, which I think
with benefit station.
Friends with benefit station.
Now, she kind of changed the scene, doesn't it, a little bit in terms of our possible relationship.
I don't know if it's friends with benefits. Jack likes to sleep in separate beds. I mean,
listen. I'm not getting into that right now, but I do have a good point on that.
All right. Speaking of good points, I want your take on this. Yesterday on the Grum, we broke down the remaining schedule for the contenders in the Big Ten Conference. Right now, as of tonight,
I love this topic already.
Illinois is 11-1. Michigan is 10-1. Nebraska 9-2. Michigan State 9-3. Purdue is 8-3. Looking at the remaining schedule, and for the purpose of those who happen to be watching it on the stream, I have included what I call the tough games remaining. And then also how many home games are left for each of the contenders. And of the contenders, Nebraska's got 5 remaining home games out of 9. Purdue has 5 home games remaining out of 9. Everyone else has either 4 out of 8 or 4 out of 9. I said yesterday here on this program.
Jack, he did say this.
By the way, for the record, real quick, let's just run this down. Illinois has Michigan State this weekend.
At Michigan State, right?
At Michigan State. They host Wisconsin, Indiana, and Michigan. Michigan goes to Purdue, goes to Illinois, goes to Iowa, and hosts Michigan State. Michigan State hosts Illinois, visits Wisconsin, Purdue, Indiana, and Michigan.
Jeez.
Purdue goes to Nebraska, goes to Iowa, but they host Michigan, Indiana, Michigan State, Wisconsin. Nebraska, and again, the teams that I identified as the top teams were teams basically inside the top 35 of Bart Torvik.
It's essentially like all of these teams and Wisconsin.
Right.
And Indiana.
You have Indiana, but not UCLA in there, I noticed right away.
Yeah. Nebraska's hosting Purdue, and then, of course, they play Iowa twice, one in each location. I have also noted that both Nebraska and Illinois do the LA double dip, where they travel to the West Coast. They play both Los Angeles teams. Michigan also, you might not know this, Michigan has a neutral site game against Duke.
So weird.
Very strange.
So when you look at Michigan's remaining schedule, throw in the fact that Duke is in there, and while that doesn't factor into the Big Ten race, that's another tough team. That's just another game you got to prepare for, little fatigue, little grind away because you're playing another top quality team. And, Michigan's going to go all out because those are 2 teams that are contending for number 1 seeds. The John Bishop projection machine says if Nebraska beats Purdue next week, Nebraska will win the regular season championship.
Stop it! Stop.
Why? Why is it wrong?
I don't even know if it's wrong. I don't want to think about that.
What do you mean you don't want to think about that? You're in a pennant race. You're in a pennant race. You're supposed to think about winning.
This is going to be crazy.
Now tell me why it's. And the reason I say that is, Nebraska's got to make up a game on Illinois. I get that. They got to make up a game on Illinois. But when you look at what Illinois has left, and you look at what Nebraska's got left. That's why I put the condition on there.
They have to
Purdue.
beat. Well, yeah, of course.
To beat Purdue.
I mean, first of all, a loss to Purdue, it's just going to make the math so much harder. They'd essentially have to win out, and they would also need a lot of help.
Correct.
They need less help because of the Illinois tiebreaker, because they have that win in their back pocket. And I don't know what the tiebreaker would be.
People forget. Yeah, this is now. Honestly, the only thing I would say about this is if you're putting Indiana on here, you probably have to put UCLA on here. I think.
Fine, but guess what? Illinois also has to play UCLA at UCLA, just like Nebraska.
Okay. So it evens out with them at least.
There you go.
Michigan's already played them. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I know Purdue went there and lost.
Yes,
it's them.
Basically, I think Michigan State and Purdue are out. I don't think Michigan State and Purdue are going to win. I mean, look at all the games they have left. There's no way they're going to make I think it's a 3-team race. I think it's Illinois, Michigan, and Nebraska. I think it's a 3-team race right now.
And I believe Nebraska loses every tiebreak situation. I'm sorry if you already said this, but Nebraska loses every and does the Big Ten do the thing where they declare co-champions, not one single champion when there's a tie? I know they do that in volleyball.
They do, but then I mean, the one
you get the one seed in the
tournament is
right.
Jack and I discussed this yesterday because
a banner though.
Yeah.
Creighton shared the Big East title with Seton Hall and Villanova in 2000 or 2020.
But I will always see Creighton as the champs because they were the one seed.
Yeah.
So that's
if Nebraska finishes tied with one of these teams,
they still get to claim it, right?
Yeah, they're going to claim. Yeah, they're going to beat regular season.
Lose the tiebreaker for the one. I mean, frankly,
that would be a banner that is acceptable to hang in PBA.
That's true. I mean, the 1, 2, and 3. I guess the 1 is nice because you stay away from the other 2 if these are the three clear ones. Yeah, man, this is just setting up, and if they can beat Rutgers on Saturday, and especially if they can kind of look, I say like their old selves. It's not like they played poorly for a long time. They lost to Illinois, who I'm starting to think it might be better than I even realized. But if they can get by Rutgers, I mean, just boot it all up again. Giant, crazy game at Pinnacle Bank Arena with a ridiculous amount on the line once again. And if they can win it, not only is John's prediction that they are the front runner to win the Big Ten championship. I don't know if I buy into that, but even besides that, more importantly, you really solidify these 2 tiers of the Big Ten with Illinois, Michigan, Nebraska, and then there's a decent gap between then Michigan State and Purdue. And your shot at least getting the double bye really looks like it's put in a different place. And then once again, you get back to the conversation you were at before the Michigan game, where Nebraska's kind of default is the 2 line on the NCAA tournament, which they could certainly lose if they lost some games. But then you say, but maybe because if you win the regular season championship and you're at, I don't know, you lose one more game you have 3 losses and you win the regular season championship. So say you lose at Iowa, you're in the conversation for a 1 seed at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, you said something there. You said if they beat Rutgers, are you?
That's how games work. There's no predetermined outcome.
Ken does the same thing. How about beating Rutgers first?
I said that. Good.
No, Jack, no. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm implying.
I'm mad at Ken. Sorry.
Yeah, well, Ken, I think is talking more to John and I because we are approaching this as the top 10 basketball team that's 20-2 is going to win the game that they're going to be favored by close to double
forget
digits.
about the stupid Pokemon cards that they're giving away. I mean, no one cares.
Jack, not a lot of confidence going into tomorrow morning's early afternoon's game against Rutgers.
I have Barda's Nebraska 14.4 points.
Yes, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, this is gonna be a cakewalk.
If Indiana football wins this game, they're favored by 30. Maybe then we could start getting excited about them again. That's what you're doing right now, Jack.
Just remember, Rutgers took Michigan State to overtime just a week or so ago. People forget that they had some other close games. They took Iowa. They only lost Iowa by 6 at home.
Wow. Well,
they're 153 in Bart. I mean, this is a bad. They've lost 6 in a row. They are a bad team. They are bad.
Michael's team and Ron Harper Jr. or whoever, and the guy who looks like Adam Duritz from Counting Crows. They're still there, I assume. They're going to be obviously tough to beat. That's a good teammate. Those guys are both in their 30s.
I gotta be the one here to like breathe reality into these folks. You know, I mean, Rutgers is bad. Rutgers is bad. I mean, if Nebraska, you know what? If Nebraska loses tomorrow at Rutgers, they should just be eliminated from the tournament altogether.
It's been a weird
place. Get them out of here.
It's been a weird place going to Rutgers. I mean, the NCAA tournament team lost there. A game they shouldn't have lost. That was when Juwan Gary looked like he tore his Achilles, and I think he was back in like 3 days.
and now you got fight all panicked. What was the spread when Creighton played at Marquette? It was Creighton by 2. Yeah, I get it. Upsets happen. Sure, upsets happen. Upsets could happen to all these other contenders as well.
Wow.
So I'm looking at it from a standpoint of when you're a great team and you're playing great, you don't lose to bad teams.
Let's just take a step back from what is happening right now.
Yeah.
The team I pull for is having unimaginable success.
The greatest season of all time.
And how am I handling it? With class and humility,
or with worry you're pooping your pants.
You're pooping your pants.
I call it class and humility.
Sure, why not?
And yet I can already just hear everyone every time Nebraska goes, well, oh, there's fans that think they're going to beat everybody. Come here, live here. Come join us for a while.
I live here.
Well,
I'm just giving you my analysis. I'm stepping back. I'm not coming at this from a fan perspective.
Analytical job.
I'm looking at this, and I believe.
Ken Palm of Nebraska.
I'm not critiquing you as the Nebraska fans are getting too big for their boots. You're not saying that at all. Big for the britches, I mean. You're not saying that at all. You're saying the opposite, but there are
being a bunch of nervous Nellies.
Every time Nebraska wins the game and continues this, they're going to continue to say that this fan base is like out of control with overconfidence, which, I mean, at least as it pertains to me, the opposite couldn't be more true, to the point I get critiqued about it. You can't win. It's another one of these things. You cannot be enough right at the spot people want you to be to avoid criticism. So I don't even worry about it. You know?
Yeah, Jean-Claude points out 2 close losses to top 10 teams. Jack, remember, so like a week and a half ago, I don't know if you watched this game. So they were down.
Doing the quality of Nebraska basketball.
So they were down 2 of their best players, and they almost beat Michigan.
I saw
2 of their best players. And then one of those best players puked like 100 times, and they still had the halftime lead. But you're right to be concerned about. What was Rutgers ranked 150 or something?
Yeah.
Understandable why you'd be concerned, Jack.
All I said was I didn't want to chalk it up. Didn't want to chalk it. You know, people will come back and they'll pull clips from this and they'll put in Jack Mitchell caused the loss to Rutgers. Him and the Pokemon cards, you know, changed everything. And I just don't. I don't want to. I don't want to deal with it. I want to get that. First of all, I'm excited to finally have a game tomorrow because it feels like it's been a month since that Illinois game. Holy cow.
Jack, you ready for me to admit something to you? I can't believe I'm going to say this.
Oh my gosh, I know what you're going to say, I think.
I've missed the Nebraska basketball discussion this week about a game that has been played. I'm like downloading Happer and Schaefer in the morning, and I'm like, where are the reaction pods to the game? There has been none of that. It's been a lot of Husker football conversation, and I'd rather hear basketball talk.
Sheesh.
Am I okay, Jack? Is everything all right with me? I have no idea.
A little bit shocking to me if that actually happens.
It does. I swear to God. I'm serious. I'm like, I can't wait to watch them play basketball tomorrow again.
It is crazy to think, though, if they beat Purdue, you know, they have what, 3 games, or is it 4 where they'll be, if they would, you know, they beat Rutgers and Purdue, they will have 3 home games where they will be massive favorites.
Huge favorites.
Yeah.
Especially there are some blowouts right now in the Big Ten between the top teams and the bottom teams, right? Did you see what Michigan did against Penn State? Did you see what Illinois did against Northwestern? I mean, this is a huge gap in this conference right now. And Nebraska gets 2 of those 3, and they get Maryland, who may be worse than the other 2.
Maryland's trash this year. Yeah.
All in Lincoln.
Gotta watch out for Maryland.
Oh, man. Remember Juan Dixon in 2002? The ghost of Juan Dixon will come back to haunt Nebraska.
Steve Blake. I think he's still in the NBA.
They have Chad Wilcox. Was that a guy on that team?
Bruno Fernando. Yes.
Fernando. That was the guy who played in the game when we did Wang Nachos at your house that one night, I think, when you walked out of the room.
He stomped on what's his name?
Yeah.
Can't Wow, this is sad.
Yeah.
I got to get better at naming old players. I'm forgetting his name. Somebody's going to text it in. But yeah, so they got like, it's crazy to even think about that schedule then going forward. They've got those 3, and then they got 2 against Iowa. And I know you just went over this, but I'm thinking through it myself now. Those 3, 2 against Iowa, and the West Coast trip.
Yep.
Basketball.
Basketball.
Did you have something?
Well, there's a new product out there in the Twitter sphere that you can buy.
Okay.
That
I'm a little concerned.
That appears to be marketed right at Jack.
Oh, exciting.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? So the Big Ten, in their Rally House stores where they sell all the team merch,
sure,
is selling Big Ten trifecta T-shirts celebrating the national championships of Michigan, Ohio State, and Indiana. And I thought, man, it's like they tapped into Jack's brain and said, this is the kind of stuff that he wants to buy, celebrating conference success. And the first time ever that the Big Ten has won 3 straight national titles. I assume, Jack, you've already put in your order for the white version, probably the gray version. Maybe there's a black version. How many of these have you gotten already?
None, but I mean, can you, well, here's a challenge for you guys.
Yeah.
Can you explain, could you give me the profile?
I was going to ask the same question.
Person.
Yes. Who would buy this?
That would buy, and I know, listen, I'm not oblivious to the fact that Nebraska fans tend to have a different view of conference pride in the Big Ten.
Like, why would a Michigan or Ohio State fan want this shirt with the other team's logo and celebration?
I mean,
on
if you want a description of the demographic of someone who would buy this,
Tony Petitti and his friends?
Probably a guy in his early 60s, used to work in Major League Baseball, has really dumb ideas about the college football playoff.
There is zero chance that an Ohio State fan or a Michigan fan is buying this.
Correct.
I mean, there's zero chance. So
they ain't sharing their logo with nobody.
They're not in there. So I guess that leaves Indiana fans. But if you're an Indiana fan, can you imagine thinking about anything other than yourself right now? If Nebraska wins the national championship, and I'm going to be like, boy, finally, Nebraska and 2000 Michigan State together, the Big Ten team winning. Who is so? I ask you. I don't think it's for any of those. Who are we looking at now? Oregon fans? Who's getting these?
I have no idea.
Honestly, it may be just as a bunch of people that work for the Big Ten offices and like, great shirt tone.
Hey,
I love it.
Hey, it's Fun Shirt Friday. At Big Ten offices.
They are saying it's for sale at Rally House. There are 2 Rally Houses in Lincoln.
You need to go
2,
Jack. I mean, here's what I would do.
City, John.
If I lived by a Rally house,
so they have 2 more Rally Houses than they have steak houses in that town.
Nice.
Great.
Here's what I would do. I think this could be a tremendous white elephant, Secret Santa shirt option for next Christmas.
I already have a Pat Fitzgerald jersey that you and Mike gave me. Mike Schaefer.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yep.
And I always hope there's a time. I hope there's some sort of a game always where like Nebraska needs Northwestern to win the conference or something. Like I'm trying to find that really unique situation that I need that. And
you could wear the jersey.
Or if, yes. But that doesn't even exist for this shirt. There's no odd set of circumstances that could make it situationally useful.
I mean, not even in the SEC, who has made conference cheering an art form.
Correct.
Do I remember seeing
a shirt
like,
LSU and Florida,
LSU, Florida, Bama, Auburn, 5 years in a row or whatever the case may be. You didn't even see that there. And those people took conference cheering to like the umpteenth level.
See, yeah, Asian Joe hits on it. They would have been better off just leaving the school logos off it and just had trifecta in the years. I think
that might have helped a little.
People would I still wouldn't. Why would you want that shirt? But you'd be a little more apt to buy it if you didn't have teams like Michigan and Ohio State fans. They don't want this shirt. They don't want another person's logo on their gear. Nobody does.
I mean, and every time an Ohio State fan gets to see it, they're going to be reminded that they lost Indiana in the Big Ten championship. It's just like
100%.
They think they should have won that championship.
Yeah.
And Miami, for that matter, you know?
So ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
What a product legitimately made for no one.
Mm-hmm.
Here was my reaction when I saw those shirts. I looked like Roger Craig getting news that I got called into the Hall of Fame.
He's showing a picture of Roger Craig looking like he just saw a jump scare, basically.
So let's run it. Here's the video. This is they do the knocking video where they knock on the door. So here's a 30-second clip from the NFL Network and the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Roger Craig getting news that he's been elected to the Hall of Fame. Ronnie Lott.
Welcome to the 2026 Hall of Fame, bro.
These guys help me. Was that Jerry Rice? Was that Jerry Rice delivering it?
No, that was Ronnie Lott.
Oh, it's Ronnie Lott.
That was Ronnie Lott. And the best part is he tries to knock on the door and Roger Craig pulled the door open. He already knew.
So, Jack,
he already knew.
They put these videos out last night for, 5 guys that got in the Hall of Fame. And so him and Adam Vinatieri and Larry Fitzgerald and
Luke
Drew
Kuechly.
Brees and Luke Kuechly. And so all of them, they seemed kind of surprised. Like Luke Kuechly seemed genuinely shocked. It was Julius Peppers who gave him the news. Ronnie Lott was ready. He was ready to go because all of his family was lining the stairs behind him, unlike everybody else where it seemed like they got shocked.
Well, and it's appropriate too to see him because this was the beginning really of my football fandom and in the NFL, I should say. This was my first love, John. You're going to hate this on multiple levels, but at age 7, my dad told me both of the running backs for this team and the tight end or a tight end all play for Nebraska. And he said, "Hey, come here and come up really close here." It wasn't high definition TV. It was kind of fuzzy. We had rabbit ears. And he said, look, see if you look at that little nameplate above their face mask. Can you see what that says? Huskers? Yeah, Huskers. They wear that during the game because they went to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And there it was.
They did that.
And that was me for 6 or 7 years. 6 or 7. I got to enjoy the Super Bowls. I
mean, listen.
John did too.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I
GBR.
really, it used to trigger me to no end when they would zoom on and then John Madden would say, "Hey, they got the Huskers," and I would like, "Shut up, John! I'm tired of these guys. I hate them."
I'm like Bill Callahan. Okay,
but no, very deserving. Only the 6th former Husker player to be inducted.
Incredible.
But the 3rd in like the last 6 years.
That's the crazy part. Yeah.
Nick Tingelhoff went in within the last 5 years. Will Shields.
Yeah.
And now Roger Craig.
It's been super cool to see so many Huskers as of late. Also, Jack, a reminder last night when the news came out officially, all the photos of Roger Craig rather at Nebraska started coming out. And it made me think about those uniforms and how they should bring back those uniforms with the big N on the sleeve.
The N on the shoulder. And
I don't. It won't work as well with today's uniforms because they don't have shirt sleeves anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's probably the biggest reason they shouldn't bring them back.
It's kind of ironic. One of the reasons I got off the 49ers was because Will Shields got married in my backyard. So I started going with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Among Jack's 6 favorite NFL teams in your lifetime?
7, 8. No,
that's probably low.
Jack, before you go, who you rooting for on Sunday? Do you care?
Remind me who's playing again.
Yeah, the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots.
Are you going to wake up on Sunday, Jack, like it's a national championship game on a Monday? I forgot about the Super Bowl.
I've never felt this way about the Super Bowl in my life, but I don't know what it is.
Everybody is feeling this way.
Exactly, because people wanted the Rams.
No, nobody cares about that. Do you think, Jack, are we going to be saying like, wow, this is a record low TV ratings for, X amount of years? Nobody wants this Super Bowl.
Now, here's a weird thing. I'm kind of cheering for the Patriots.
Gross.
Well, it's good that
I never hated the Patriots. I used to make fun of John before the Patriots went on the huge run, and he hated the Patriots before everyone else did. And I remember I would say on our show, I'd be like, "How do you hate the Patriots? That's like hating the Sacramento Kings. It's so random."
And then they won 6 Super Bowls.
And then they won every damn Super Bowl and were in every other one that they didn't win.
Turns out he probably had a point, but
I had a great point, as many of my points are.
For them. I cheered for him in the 85 Super Bowl for that.
Just like my point that if Nebraska beats Purdue, they are the front runner for the Big Ten regular season championship. You heard it here first.
Bye, Jack.
Bye. Have a good one, guys. See you later.
There it is. Jack Mitchell from KLIN. And we end on that.
Awesome. Can't believe that.
That is still, though. I mean, credit to Stibbs, by the way, who caught the freeze frame.
Yeah.
Roger Craig.
So funny.
And as someone said in the YouTube comments, Roger had freakishly long fingers. Exactly. Which is why it's shocking that he fumbled the ball.
Jordan says, according to Jack, all bald black people look alike. Yeah, because he said, oh, is that Jerry Rice?
No, that was Ronnie Lott.
Ronnie Lott. Yeah, what was this comment? I'm confused. Who farted says Ronnie Lott, Josh? Yeah, that's who that was.
Yeah, Ronnie Lott.
Yeah.
Ronnie Lott knocked on the door, and there was Roger.
Well, no, he didn't knock on the door because Roger was like, hello!
He tried to knock on the door, and Roger was like, no.
Oh, good
it's
stuff.
Mine. It's all mine.
Good stuff.
All right. We will wrap up the Grum and tell you what's for dinner.
Wow, the final few minutes of a Football Friday. Enjoy this feeling, friends. We're not going to have it back for like 7 months.
That's okay.
No, it's not.
If we're gonna end up with football weekends like this, where unattractive, unwanted, unloved teams are playing,
I guess that's true. It's like week 0.
But don't worry, friends. You won't have to worry about that a year from now when Matthew Stafford is defending his MVP in Super Bowl 61.
Definitely not. Neither of those things. Put it on the list.
1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, let's see. What was last night? Oh, that's right. We had the turkey. It was very good.
Yeah, Thanksgiving. How was your Thanksgiving?
I love
dinner?
Well,
turkey.
it wasn't really Thanksgiving. I mean, we didn't have the cranberry sauce. We didn't have the dressing. But it was still good.
I had the wings. So did you know this,
Probably
John?
undercooked, real mushy.
No, so I found this out because I was on my own. If you add a little baking powder before you put it in the air fryer, it gives it a little crisp to it.
Baking powder?
A little baking
Or is it
soda,
cornstarch?
Baking soda.
Isn't it usually cornstarch that helps with that?
Well, maybe, but the baking soda.
I
did
don't know
too.
what I put in there, but it helped.
Yeah, it was tasty, nice and crispy. Those were really good. Tonight, I had leftovers because there was 18 wings. I ate 9 of them to save half. I'll probably have the other 9 tonight.
Last night, Paige surprised me. We went out to Timber Creek to get some wings, and a couple of my friends were there celebrating 10 years of me being on the airwaves in Omaha in some way, shape, or form.
That's amazing. None of my friends ever took me out for being on the air for 10 years.
It really, I wasn't expecting, because I knew we were going out. I knew where we were going, but I wasn't expecting there to be a cake and my friends there.
We got like actual good news on that regard a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, what
that
is
should be the thing we celebrate.
Yeah, what is it about you and your generation always celebrating these oddball anniversaries?
Let my fiance do something nice for me, John.
Numero uno.
I didn't ask for
She's
it.
doing something extremely nice for you. She's actually making you a legitimate man.
Yep, exactly.
She also got me these new headphones, which is very nice. I love you, Paige.
What kind of headphones?
They're
are
Audio
they?
Technica. They're the same ones I always get.
Oh.
They're just new.
They're these.
Got a
So
pound-
they're the inferior headphones, not like these, which my wife got me 20 years ago, and they're still working.
To be fair, the ones I had in college 10 years ago still work. They're just flaky.
Well, I mean, the little
Should just got new things.
the outer coating on the
It's gone. It's
are
long
totally gone.
Have you
but
thought about getting new?
no,
new
because it's still. I mean, it's still very comfortable.
Because I eventually got new ones.
To be fair,
and I'm the only one that uses these. So if I sweat a little bit, it's not going to bother me. It's
I
my
did
own,
need
it's my own
actual
stink.
new headphones because that 3D printed piece, I've had to super glue that already.
That broke too.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, we need to get you.
I want to get a hard case.
That's
do.
what you need.
Or you could be just like me and just throw it in the drawer and
Yeah.
get it out, and it just keeps working.
By the way,
these Sony's rock.
You know what my favorite part about Timber Creek is? Their wings aren't like, oh, you want 8 or 12. It's do you want a pound or a pound and a half of wings?
Isn't that how most people do it now? They don't do it.
I actually
I've noticed
like it
a lot-
more the number. I like the number.
Oh,
want
I like
12.
I
pound or
sense that a
pound
lot
and a
more
half.
people are doing
What's a
the
pound?
do a pound.
Did you do a pound or a pound and a half?
I did pound and a half.
How many was it?
It's about 12 or 14.
Okay.
Interesting.
A lot of wings.
Well,
I'm getting sushi tonight.
all right, we're going to completely go off the rails here.
Okay, no more dinner.
It's time to go to Feces Corner.
Oh, I thought we were going to go to Olive Garden.
Awesome.
Have you ever pooped on a plane before?
No.
I think I have one time, and it was a crap. No pun intended. I really gotta go.
Exactly. I try to avoid this at all costs.
Do you have a story about Wednesday night?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a tiny plane.
Wow. I hate
No, it was a decent sized plane, but the
Wow.
bathrooms are still tiny.
My
But
name's
you
John.
are
I'm on big
only
planes.
among friends on that plane. You are not like if I poop on a normal plane and I walk out and it smells, it's just a bunch of strangers.
So
So if
there's-
John does and everybody smells it, Coach Mack has given him the stink eye.
Okay.
And we lost tonight, John.
Here was the uncomfortable part. So it was in the back of the plane. So there were 2 bathrooms, one next to each other.
Check the back.
But
plane.
then one of the stewardesses is sitting, her jump seat
Flight
or whatever,
attendants.
are sitting right across from the bathrooms.
Oh no, that poor woman.
Why would they
And-
do that to her?
And this was a particularly bad one.
Uh-oh. What did you eat?
I think it was the Chick-fil-A or something. I don't know.
That makes sense.
But
Inferior.
but I
sandwich.
had a moment of panic because
Poop Nick.
there was no button to like say,
Oh no, to flush.
so I
I-
get
oh.
up, I finish doing the process and the cleanup,
A lot of wiping, I'm sure.
and I look around and like, where's the button? There's no button. where's the button? And I'm looking down. I'm looking down, and this, ice cream cone formation is looking up at me.
It's like the emoji, the poop emoji.
And I'm like, it actually was. And I'm freaking out.
Should take a photo.
I was freaking out.
To Canva.
I was freaking out. And then after I shut the lid, about 15 seconds later, then I heard the.
Yeah,
and I was like, "Oh,
so it
God.
did it once.
Does that happen?
I don't know.
Does that happen because of the vacuum effects? Because I've heard stories. I'm sure it's not true of the people who like flush and then their innards get sucked out.
Oh yeah, I've heard about. Yeah, maybe.
I don't want my innards sucked
maybe
out.
Maybe
like
it doesn't trigger.
So strong.
But for about 30 seconds, I was like, "What am I going to do?" Because somebody else is going to follow me, and they're going to look in there, and they're going to see.
They're going to know it was you.
Oh man! And they would have known it was you.
I rate pooping on a plane below pooping at like a Target or a Walmart or something. I hate pooping in public. A plane, I would just hold it.
Do you do it here at the office?
I do.
I tried, but it was like 45 minutes into a 2.5-hour flight. And I'm like, I'm not making it.
You gotta go.
I use the one downstairs because it's quiet.
Plus, like where you land, right? You don't have access to a toilet there.
No.
You would have had to go to a gas station.
Yeah.
You'd had to get in your car and drive.
Yeah. So I was a good 2.5 hours away from
a proper poop.
Gas station toilet is below plane toilet for me.
Yeah,
I think gas station toilet is
so scrunchy in there. And you sit there, you're like,
plane bathrooms
They're the worst.
They are so small. I'm trying to remember the last time I flew, but whenever it was last year sometime, and you just get in that bathroom and it's just like you can barely move.
And of course, it couldn't be one of those, nice poops that, are very solid and don't smell as. I mean,
that's why you had to go so bad, because it was a nasty one.
This was a toxic Avenger poop.
Yeah. And you were like, okay, flush, because then I got all this toilet paper, and it's just going to suddenly get all stuck in there. And with that, enjoy the Super Bowl. Enjoy your Super Bowl food.
A perfect way to transition. To
based off what the Super Bowl is.
Yeah. Nice.
That's true.
I imagine a lot of people will have poops like that on Monday morning at their offices next week.
Probably.
After what they eat on Sunday.
Woof.
All right. Have a great weekend. Talk to you tomorrow during the Creighton Seton Hall game, 5:00 tip.
Nice pregame at 3:30.
Yes.
Nice. Live with Austin Jacobson.
Live.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.